Picture this. You're a prehistoric human, and dinner isn't a quick trip to the refrigerator. Instead, you're chewing on tough, stringy mammoth meat that's been sitting in the sun for days, desperately trying to crack open nuts with rocks. And hopping those berries you found won't kill you. Tonight, we're diving deep into the surprisingly terrible world of prehistoric cuisine, where every meal was a gamble with death, and flavor was purely accidental. Welcome to Boring History for Sleep, where we explore the mundane details of the past in the most soothing way possible. I'm your host, and tonight we're traveling back tens of thousands of years to discover why our ancestors had arguably the worst dining experiences in human history. From the constant threat of food poisoning to the jaw-breaking toughness of raw meat, prehistoric eating was less about enjoyment and more about pure survival. We'll explore how early humans spent most of their waking hours just trying to find enough calories to survive another day. We'll discover the primitive cooking methods that barely made food edible, the limited seasonal ingredients that meant months of eating the same bland roots and berries, and the constant fear of starvation that haunted every prehistoric community. You'll learn about the evolutionary adaptations our ancestors developed just to process their terrible food, from massive jaw muscles to specialized teeth designed for grinding tough plant matter. We'll examine the social hierarchies that formed around food distribution, where the strongest got the best cuts of meat, while others survived on scraps and leftovers. So settle in, get comfortable, and let me transport you to a time when seasoning meant rubbing meat with ash, when vegetables were bitter and barely digestible, and when every meal was a testament to human endurance rather than culinary creativity. This is the surprisingly boring story of why prehistoric food was absolutely terrible. Let's start with the most basic challenge our prehistoric ancestors faced every single day: finding enough calories to survive. Modern humans need roughly 2,000 calories daily. But imagine trying to meet that requirement when your grocery store is an endless wilderness filled with plants that might kill you and animals that definitely want to kill you first. The average hunter-gatherer spent between 6 to 8 hours every day searching for food. Not preparing it, not cooking it, just finding it. Compare that to the modern human who spends maybe 30 minutes grocery shopping once a week. Our ancestors lived in a constant state of nutritional anxiety, never knowing if tomorrow would bring feast or famine. The concept of 3 meals a day would have seemed absolutely luxurious to prehistoric people. They ate when they found food, which might be once every few days if they were unlucky. Their stomachs had to be incredibly resilient, expanding and contracting based on whatever they could scavenge or hunt successfully. Speaking of hunting, let's dispel the romantic notion of the skilled prehistoric hunter bringing down massive mammoths with perfectly crafted spears. The reality was far more desperate and significantly less heroic. Most prehistoric hunting involved persistence hunting, which is exactly as exhausting as it sounds. Persistence hunting meant literally running after an animal for hours until it collapsed from exhaustion. Imagine jogging for 6 to 8 hours straight in bare feet across rocky terrain, following a deer or antelope until it simply couldn't run anymore. This wasn't skill-based hunting. This was survival through sheer stubborn endurance. The success rate for these hunting expeditions was devastatingly low. Archaeological evidence suggests that most hunting attempts failed completely. When they did succeed, the entire tribe would gorge themselves because there was no reliable way to preserve the meat for extended periods. But hunting was actually the easier part of prehistoric food acquisition. The real challenge was identifying which plants were safe to eat. Our ancestors had to memorize hundreds of different plant species, their seasonal availability, and most importantly, which ones would kill them horribly. Many edible plants required extensive processing to become safe for consumption. Acorns, for example, were a staple food source, but they contain dangerous levels of tannins that cause severe stomach problems. Prehistoric people had to develop elaborate leaching processes, soaking acorns in water for weeks to remove the toxic compounds. The processing was incredibly labor-intensive. They would grind the acorns between stones, create primitive baskets to hold them during the leaching process, and constantly change the water to gradually remove the toxins. This entire process took weeks of daily attention just to make one type of nut edible. Root vegetables presented similar challenges. Many wild tubers are naturally toxic and require specific cooking methods to neutralize their poisonous compounds. Without proper preparation, these plants could cause anything from severe digestive distress to complete organ failure. The prehistoric diet was incredibly monotonous compared to modern standards. They ate the same few safe foods repeatedly, whenever they could find them. Variety wasn't about pleasure. It was about survival and getting different nutrients from whatever sources were available. Seasonal eating wasn't a trendy lifestyle choice. It was an absolute necessity. Spring meant tender young shoots and leaves. Summer brought berries and fruits. Autumn offered nuts and seeds. And winter meant surviving on whatever they had managed to store or preserve. But preservation methods were primitive and unreliable. They could dry meat in the sun, but this only worked in specific weather conditions. Too much humidity and the meat would rot. Too little sun and it wouldn't dry properly. They had no control over the weather, so food preservation was always a gamble. Smoking meat over fires helped with preservation, but it also meant constantly maintaining fires and having enough wood available. In areas where wood was scarce, this preservation method simply wasn't viable. nutritional quality of prehistoric food was dramatically different from modern equivalents. Wild plants were often more nutrient-dense than their domesticated descendants, but they were also much harder to digest and often contained natural toxins that modern plants have been bred to eliminate. Wild animals were leaner and tougher than modern livestock. The meat was incredibly chewy and required extensive cooking to become palatable. These animals had lived active lives in the wild, developing tough muscle fibers that made every meal a serious workout for prehistoric jaws. Dental problems were epidemic among prehistoric populations, partly because of the constant grinding required to eat their tough, fibrous diet. Archaeological evidence shows extensive tooth wear and frequent dental abscesses, which could easily become life-threatening infections. The lack of salt was another major challenge. Modern humans take salt for granted, but prehistoric people had limited access to this crucial mineral. They had to seek out natural salt deposits or find ways to extract salt from certain plants, adding another layer of complexity to their already difficult food situation. Water sources were equally problematic. Clean, safe drinking water wasn't guaranteed. They had to locate reliable water sources while avoiding contaminated streams and stagnant pools that could harbor deadly parasites and bacteria. Food poisoning was a constant threat with potentially fatal consequences. Without understanding bacteria or proper food safety, prehistoric people regularly consumed partially spoiled meat and contaminated plant matter. Their immune systems had to be incredibly robust just to survive their daily meals. The energy expenditure required to obtain food often exceeded the calories gained from eating it. This created a brutal cycle where people burned more energy searching for food than they gained from consuming it, leading to gradual starvation despite constant effort. Sharing food within tribes wasn't just social bonding, it was essential survival strategy. When one family found food, they shared it knowing that tomorrow they might be the ones going hungry. This cooperation was literally the difference between life and death for entire communities. As we drift deeper into this exploration of prehistoric dining disasters, let your mind wander through these ancient struggles, imagining the daily challenges our ancestors faced just to survive another day in their harsh, unforgiving world. The romantic notion of prehistoric hunters effortlessly bringing down massive woolly mammoths with primitive spears is largely a fantasy perpetuated by Hollywood and adventure novels. The reality of hunting in prehistoric times was far more complex, dangerous, and often futile than most people imagine. Consider the basic mathematics of survival. A typical hunter-gatherer group consisted of perhaps 20 to 30 individuals, including children, elderly members, and those unable to participate in hunting This meant that only a handful of able-bodied adults were available for hunting expeditions, and they faced enormous challenges that would make modern hunters grateful for their advanced equipment and techniques. The weapons available to prehistoric hunters were remarkably crude by today's standards. Early spears were little more than sharpened sticks, later upgraded with stone points that required hours of careful knapping to create. These stone points were brittle and often shattered upon impact, leaving hunters with useless wooden poles when facing dangerous prey. The atlatl, or spear thrower, represented a significant technological advancement. But even this device required extensive practice to master and provided limited range and accuracy compared to later innovations. Bows and arrows didn't appear until relatively late in human prehistory, and early versions were far less effective than the sophisticated compound bows used by modern hunters. The bowstrings were made from animal sinew or plant fibers that stretched and weakened in wet weather, making them unreliable during crucial moments. Arrows were time-consuming to craft, requiring careful selection of wood, precise shaping, and the attachment of stone or bone points with natural adhesives that often failed under stress. The prey itself presented formidable challenges that modern hunters rarely face. Prehistoric animals were often larger, more aggressive, and less familiar with human presence than their modern descendants. A wounded mammoth or cave bear could easily kill several hunters before succumbing to its injuries. Even smaller prey like deer or wild boar possessed keen senses and intimate knowledge of their territory that made them difficult to approach and corner. Weather conditions added another layer of complexity to hunting expeditions. Unlike modern hunters who can check detailed weather forecasts and postpone trips when conditions are unfavorable, prehistoric hunters had to venture out regardless of storms, extreme temperatures, or poor visibility. Rain made tracking nearly impossible, snow obscured animal trails, and high winds rendered projectile weapons useless. Hunters often returned empty-handed after days of exposure to harsh elements, weakened and more vulnerable to illness. The tracking skills required for successful hunting took decades to develop and were easily lost during periods of scarcity when practice opportunities were limited. Reading animal signs, understanding migration patterns, and predicting behavior required intimate knowledge of local ecosystems that could only be gained through years of observation and experience. When experienced hunters died from injury, disease, or old age, their knowledge often died with them, leaving groups temporarily less capable of securing meat. Hunting expeditions were also dangerous social endeavors that could result in conflict within groups. Decisions about which animals to pursue, how to divide hunting territories, and who would lead expeditions often created tensions that could split communities. Unsuccessful hunts led to blame and recrimination, while successful ones sometimes resulted in disputes over how to distribute the meat. These social dynamics could make hunting less efficient and more stressful than the purely physical challenges might suggest. The seasonal nature of hunting created additional problems for prehistoric peoples. Many animals migrated vast distances, following weather patterns and food sources, leaving hunters without prey for months at a time. During winter, when meat was most desperately needed for its high caloric content, many animals were either hibernating, had migrated to warmer regions, or were extremely difficult to track through snow and ice. This forced hunters to take greater risks pursuing dangerous prey, or to attempt hunting in treacherous conditions. Preservation of meat from successful hunts presented its own set of challenges. Without refrigeration or advanced preservation techniques, large kills had to be consumed quickly or processed immediately to prevent spoilage. This meant that successful hunts often led to periods of feast followed by extended periods of famine, as groups couldn't effectively store surplus meat for future consumption. Smoking and drying techniques helped extend meat storage, but these methods were labor-intensive and not always successful. The energy expenditure required for hunting often exceeded the calories obtained from successful kills. Hunters might travel dozens of miles tracking prey, spending days away from camp while burning significant calories, only to return with small game that provided minimal nutritional benefit. This negative energy balance was particularly problematic during lean seasons when hunters were already operating on reduced caloric intake. Competition with other predators added another dimension to hunting challenges. Prehistoric humans shared their environment with formidable carnivores like saber-toothed cats, dire wolves, and cave bears that were often better equipped for hunting than humans. These predators not only competed for the same prey, but also posed direct threats to human hunters, particularly when disputes arose over fresh kills. Scavenging from predator kills was sometimes more practical than hunting, but this strategy carried its own risks and provided less reliable food sources. The psychological toll of repeated hunting failures cannot be underestimated. Modern studies of hunter-gatherer societies suggest that successful hunts were relatively rare events, with hunters experiencing far more failures than successes. This constant uncertainty about food security created chronic stress that affected decision-making, social relationships, and overall group morale. The pressure to provide protein for the group, particularly for pregnant women and growing children, weighed heavily on hunters and influenced their willingness to take dangerous risks. Injuries sustained during hunting expeditions were often debilitating or fatal in prehistoric times. A simple sprained ankle could prevent a hunter from participating in future expeditions for weeks, while more serious injuries like broken bones or deep wounds could permanently disable valuable group members. Without modern medical care, care, even minor hunting injuries could become infected and lead to death, reducing the group's hunting capacity and increasing pressure on remaining hunters. These hunting challenges meant that prehistoric peoples could never rely solely on meat for sustenance, despite its high nutritional value and cultural importance. The unpredictability and difficulty of hunting forced groups to develop extensive knowledge of plant foods, insects, and other alternative protein sources that required less skill and risk to obtain. This diversified approach to food procurement was essential for survival, but it also meant that the prehistoric diet was far more varied and often less satisfying than the meat-heavy meals that many people imagine our ancestors enjoyed regularly. While hunting provided protein when successful, the daily sustenance of prehistoric peoples relied heavily on gathering plant foods. This might sound simple enough, after all. How difficult could it be to pick berries and collect nuts? The reality was far more complex and fraught with danger than our modern minds can easily comprehend. The first challenge facing any prehistoric gatherer was simply knowing what was safe to eat. Without field guides, botanical knowledge, or poison control centers, every unfamiliar plant represented a potential death sentence. Imagine walking through a forest where dozens of berries hang tantalizingly from branches, their colors ranging from deep purple to bright red to pale yellow. Some would nourish you, others would make you violently ill, and a few would kill you within hours. This knowledge had to be passed down through generations, learned through careful observation, and tragically, through trial and error. Every tribe carried stories of members who had eaten the wrong mushroom or berry, their deaths serving as grim warnings to future generations. The botanical knowledge of a skilled gatherer represented decades of accumulated wisdom, often literally a matter of life and death for the entire group. Even when gatherers knew exactly what to look for, finding these food sources proved incredibly challenging. Wild plants don't grow in neat rows like modern crops. Edible roots might be scattered across miles of terrain, requiring hours of digging with primitive tools to extract even small quantities. A single tuber that today we might dismiss as barely worth the effort could represent the difference between hunger and satisfaction for a prehistoric family. The seasonal nature of plant foods created additional complications. Berries might ripen for only a few weeks each year. Nuts might have good years and bad years, and root vegetables could be buried under snow for months at a time. Gatherers had to develop an intimate knowledge of timing, knowing precisely when each food source would be available, and planning their movements accordingly. Competition for these resources was fierce. Prehistoric humans weren't the only ones seeking out the best berries and nuts. Bears, birds, small mammals, and insects all competed for the same food sources. A berry patch discovered one day might be completely stripped bare by animals the next. This meant that gatherers had to work quickly when they found a good source, often racing against time and other creatures to collect as much as possible. The tools available for gathering were painfully primitive. Digging sticks made from sharpened wood could break easily in rocky soil. Baskets woven from plant fibers could tear, spilling hours of careful collection. Without metal implements, extracting deeply buried roots required enormous physical effort, often involving multiple people working together to excavate a single large tuber. Weather posed constant threats to gathering activities. Rain could make plants too slippery to grip safely, while also making the ground muddy and treacherous to walk on. Wind could scatter seeds and small fruits before they could be collected. Snow could bury food sources entirely, and drought could cause plants to wither before they produced edible parts. The physical demands of gathering were exhausting. Collectors might walk 10 or 15 miles in a single day, constantly bending, reaching, and digging. Their hands would become torn and bloodied from thorns and rough plant materials. Their backs would ache from hours spent hunched over, searching through undergrowth for small, edible items. Processing gathered foods often proved as challenging as collecting them. Many wild plants required extensive preparation to become edible. Acorns, a staple food for many prehistoric groups, contained bitter tannins that had to be leached out through repeated washing and grinding. This process could take days, requiring constant attention to prevent the acorn meal from spoiling. Other plant foods required cooking to break down tough fibers or neutralize mild toxins. Without metal pots, this meant using stone-lined pits, animal hide containers, or hollow gourds. Temperature control was nearly impossible, leading to frequent burning or undercooking. Many gathered foods simply couldn't be preserved effectively, meaning they had to be consumed quickly or risk spoilage. The nutritional content of wild plants was often disappointing compared to modern cultivated varieties. Wild fruits were typically smaller, more sour, and contained less sugar than their domestic descendants. Wild grains produced tiny seeds that required enormous effort to collect and process for relatively little nutritional return. Even when gatherers found abundant plant foods, the caloric density was often insufficient to sustain active adults. Poisonous plants created constant anxiety for prehistoric gatherers. Many toxic species closely resembled edible ones, requiring careful examination of every specimen. Wild onions could be confused with deadly bulbs. Edible mushrooms could look nearly identical to poisonous varieties, and even familiar plants could vary in toxicity depending on growing conditions or the time of year they were harvested. Storage of gathered foods presented additional challenges. Without refrigeration, preservation techniques, or sealed containers, most plant foods would spoil within days. Attempts to dry fruits and vegetables often failed due to humidity or insect infestation. underground storage pits could flood or be raided by animals. This meant that even successful gathering expeditions provided only temporary relief from hunger. The social dynamics of gathering created their own complications. Decisions about where to search, how long to spend in each location, and how to distribute the collected foods could lead to conflicts within groups. Skilled gatherers might be reluctant to share their knowledge of the best locations, while less experienced members might make mistakes that endangered everyone. As we settle deeper into this exploration of prehistoric food struggles, the challenges of gathering reveal themselves as far more complex than simply picking berries from bushes. Every meal required extensive knowledge, careful planning, physical endurance, and no small amount of luck. The next time you effortlessly select produce from a grocery store shelf, consider the countless generations who spent their entire lives mastering the dangerous art of finding food in the wild. Without refrigeration, freezers, or even basic salt preservation techniques, keeping food edible for more than a day or two presented enormous challenges for prehistoric peoples. The constant threat of spoilage meant that feast or famine cycles dominated their existence, with periods of abundance quickly followed by desperate hunger as stored food rotted away. Meat, being particularly susceptible to bacterial growth, posed the greatest preservation challenge. Within hours of a kill, especially in warmer climates, decomposition would begin. The surface would develop a slimy texture. Colors would shift from red to brown to green, and the unmistakable odor of decay would signal that valuable protein was becoming dangerous to consume. Early humans developed various strategies to extend meat's edibility, though none were particularly effective by modern standards. Sun-drying represented one of the earliest preservation attempts, but this method required specific weather conditions and often resulted in tough, barely palatable strips that still carried significant risk of contamination. The process of air drying meat involved cutting it into thin strips and hanging it on makeshift racks constructed from branches and stones. However, flies would quickly discover these exposed protein sources, laying eggs that would hatch into maggots within the drying meat. What began as an attempt at preservation often became an exercise in consuming partially decomposed, insect-infested protein. Smoking meat over fires provided another preservation method, but controlling the temperature and smoke density required constant attention that prehistoric peoples could rarely afford. Too little smoke failed to preserve the meat adequately, while too much heat would cook the outer layers while leaving the interior vulnerable to spoilage. The challenge extended beyond just meat preservation. Gathered plant foods, including roots, berries, and leafy vegetables, had their own spoilage timelines. Berries would ferment within days, creating alcoholic compounds that could cause intoxication or illness. leafy greens would wilt and develop harmful bacteria, while root vegetables would sprout or rot depending on storage conditions. Underground storage pits represented one attempt at creating cool, stable environments for food preservation. These holes, lined with stones or bark, provided some protection from temperature fluctuations and scavenging animals. However, moisture accumulation in these pits often accelerated decomposition rather than preventing it. Seasonal variations dramatically affected preservation success rates. Summer heat accelerated all forms of decay, making it nearly impossible to store food for more than a few hours without significant spoilage. Winter cold provided natural refrigeration, but also made food gathering more difficult, creating a cruel irony where preservation was easiest when food was scarcest. The lack of containers suitable for food storage compounded preservation problems. Without pottery, glass, or metal vessels, prehistoric peoples relied on animal skins, woven baskets, or hollowed gourds for storage. These organic containers were themselves susceptible to decay and provided minimal protection against moisture, insects, and other contamination sources. Animal skins used as storage vessels would gradually decompose, transferring their own decay odors and bacteria to the stored food. Woven baskets, while more durable, offered no protection against liquid foods and allowed easy access for insects and small rodents seeking easy meals. Water storage presented equally challenging preservation issues. Without understanding of bacterial contamination, prehistoric peoples often stored water in containers that became breeding grounds for harmful microorganisms. Stagnant water would develop algae blooms, bacterial films, and insect larvae, making hydration itself a potential health hazard. The absence of salt as a preservation agent eliminated one of humanity's most effective early preservation techniques. Salt draws moisture from food through osmosis, creating an environment hostile to bacterial growth. Without access to salt deposits or the knowledge to extract salt from seawater, prehistoric peoples missed this crucial preservation opportunity. Fat preservation faced unique challenges, as rendered animal fats would quickly become rancid when exposed to air and warmth. The process of rendering fat itself required sustained heat and proper containers, both difficult to achieve with primitive technology. Rancid fat not only tasted terrible, but could cause severe digestive distress. Fermentation, while potentially useful for preservation, occurred unpredictably without understanding of the underlying processes. Sometimes fermented foods would develop beneficial bacteria that aided preservation and digestion. Other times, harmful bacteria would dominate, creating toxic compounds that could cause serious illness or death. The psychological stress of constant food spoilage cannot be understated. Watching carefully gathered or hunted food transform into inedible waste created ongoing anxiety about survival. Every meal represented a calculated risk between consuming questionably fresh food or facing hunger, until the next successful foraging or hunting expedition. Communal eating patterns developed partly as a response to preservation challenges. When a large animal was killed, the entire group would consume as much as possible immediately, knowing that sharing the bounty, while fresh, was preferable to individual attempts at preservation that would likely fail. These feast and famine cycles created physiological adaptations, with prehistoric peoples developing the ability to consume large quantities of food when available and survive on minimal nutrition during scarce periods. Their digestive systems had to process foods in various states of freshness, from perfectly fresh to questionably edible. The constant battle against food spoilage shaped daily routines around immediate consumption and continuous foraging. Unlike modern humans, who can plan meals days or weeks in advance, prehistoric peoples lived in a perpetual state of food uncertainty, never knowing when their next reliable meal would occur. Innovation in food preservation remained limited by available materials and knowledge. Without understanding bacterial growth, chemical preservation, or proper storage techniques, each attempt at extending food life was essentially experimental, with failure rates that would be considered catastrophic by contemporary standards. These preservation struggles fundamentally shaped human behavior, social structures, and survival strategies, creating patterns of resource management and consumption that would persist long after better preservation techniques were developed. The anxiety of food spoilage became deeply embedded in human psychology, influencing our relationship with food security even today. The discovery of fire fundamentally transformed how our prehistoric ancestors prepared their food, though the cooking methods available to them were remarkably limited compared to our modern culinary arsenal. Archaeological evidence suggests that controlled use of fire for cooking began somewhere between 400,000 and 1.8 million years ago, marking one of humanity's most significant technological breakthroughs. Yet even with this revolutionary tool, early humans faced considerable constraints in how they could transform raw ingredients into more palatable and digestible meals. The most basic cooking method available to prehistoric peoples was direct roasting over an open flame. Picture a small group huddled around a crackling fire as evening darkness settles around their temporary camp. Raw meat, freshly hunted or scavenged, would be skewered on sharpened sticks and held directly over the dancing flames. This method, while effective at cooking the exterior of meat relatively quickly, often resulted in charred outsides and raw interiors. The cook had no precise temperature control, no timer, and certainly no meat thermometer to ensure proper doneness throughout. The challenges of open fire roasting were numerous and frustrating. Wind could cause flames to flare unpredictably, turning a carefully monitored piece of meat into a blackened, inedible chunk within moments. Rain could extinguish fires entirely, leaving hungry families with no means to cook their food until conditions improved and fires could be rekindled. The position of meat relative to flames required constant attention and adjustment, as too close meant burning, while too far resulted in barely warmed, potentially dangerous raw meat. As prehistoric cooking techniques evolved, our ancestors discovered the benefits of cooking in heated pits. This method involved digging a shallow depression in the ground, lining it with stones, and building a fire directly on top of these rocks. Once the fire burned down to embers and the stones became thoroughly heated, the coals would be removed, food wrapped in leaves or animal hides would be placed on the hot stones, and the entire pit would be covered with earth or more stones to trap heat. Pit cooking represented a significant advancement in prehistoric culinary technology, offering more even heat distribution and protection from wind and weather. However, this method required considerable advanced planning and physical labor. The pit had to be dug using primitive tools. Suitable stones had to be gathered and arranged, and the entire process from fire building to food removal could take many hours or even a full day. Additionally, once food was buried in the pit, there was no way to check on its progress or adjust cooking conditions. The invention of crude pottery around 20,000 years ago opened new possibilities for prehistoric cooking. Though early ceramic vessels were fragile and often cracked when exposed to direct flame, these early pots allowed for boiling, a cooking method that could make tough plant materials more digestible and help break down the fibrous cell walls of roots and tubers. However, achieving and maintaining a proper boil required careful fire management and constant attention to prevent the pot from cracking due to thermal shock. Boiling in prehistoric times was a delicate and time-consuming process. Water had to be carried from distant sources, often in animal stomach pouches or crude containers that frequently leaked. The fire had to be maintained at just the right intensity to keep water bubbling without causing pottery to shatter from excessive heat. Many meals were likely ruined when precious ceramic vessels cracked mid-cooking, spilling hours of preparation work into the flames below. Before the development of pottery, some ingenious prehistoric groups discovered they could boil water and cook food using a technique called stone boiling. This method involved heating stones in a fire until they glowed red hot, then using wooden tongs or sticks to transfer these scorching rocks into water-filled containers made from animal hides, tightly woven baskets, or even large shells. The hot stones would rapidly bring water to a boil, cooking whatever food items had been added to the makeshift pot. Stone boiling required remarkable skill and presented significant dangers. The heated rocks had to be moved quickly from fire to water container before they cooled too much to be effective. Burns from handling red-hot stones were common, and if a stone exploded due to rapid temperature change, flying fragments could cause serious injuries. The water containers used for stone boiling were often damaged by the intense heat, requiring frequent replacement and repair. Smoking represented another important preservation and cooking method available to prehistoric peoples, though it was more about food storage than immediate consumption. Thin strips of meat or fish would be hung on wooden frames positioned above slow-burning, smoky fires. The combination of heat and smoke would gradually dehydrate the food, while imparting flavors that helped mask the taste of spoilage that inevitably occurred without refrigeration. The smoking process required constant vigilance over several days or even weeks. Fires had to be maintained at low temperatures with minimal flame to produce maximum smoke without actually cooking the meat too quickly. Different types of wood produced different flavors and smoking characteristics, but prehistoric peoples had to work with whatever fuel sources were locally available, whether conditions greatly affected smoking success, as rain could extinguish fires, while high winds could cause flames to flare and ruin carefully prepared meat. Grilling on flat stones placed over fires provided another cooking option, essentially creating primitive griddles for preparing smaller food items. Flat rocks would be heated over coals until they reached cooking temperature, then used as cooking surfaces for items like small fish, bird eggs, or thin pieces of meat. This method offered better heat control than direct flame cooking, but finding suitable flat stones and maintaining proper cooking temperatures remained challenging. Limitations of prehistoric cooking methods meant that food safety was a constant concern. Without thermometers or understanding of bacteria, determining when meat was safely cooked relied entirely on visual cues and experience. Undercooked meat could harbor dangerous parasites and bacteria, while overcooked food lost valuable nutrients and became difficult to chew and digest. Many prehistoric meals likely fell somewhere between these extremes, partially cooked and potentially hazardous. Seasoning options for prehistoric cooking were virtually non-existent by modern standards. Salt was extremely rare and difficult to obtain, except in coastal areas or near natural salt deposits. Most flavor enhancement came from the cooking method itself, such as the smoky taste from wood fires or the earthy flavors imparted by pit cooking. Wild herbs and plants provided occasional seasoning opportunities, but identifying safe, flavorful plants required extensive knowledge and carried risks of accidental poisoning. These primitive cooking methods, while revolutionary for their time, produced food that would be considered barely palatable by contemporary standards. The constant struggle with fire management, limited temperature control, and lack of proper cooking vessels meant that prehistoric meals were often inconsistently prepared, potentially dangerous, and far from the refined culinary experiences we take for granted today. The concept of seasonal eating wasn't a trendy lifestyle choice for our prehistoric ancestors. It was an unforgiving reality that dictated every aspect of their survival. Unlike our modern world of year-round strawberries and imported tropical fruits, early humans lived entirely at the mercy of nature's calendar, experiencing dramatic swings between abundance and devastating scarcity. Spring brought the Krulpst paradox of the prehistoric year. After surviving the harsh winter months on dwindling stores of preserved foods, our ancestors faced what anthropologists call the hunger gap. This was the period when winter supplies had been exhausted, but new plant growth hadn't yet matured enough to harvest. The irony was palpable, surrounded by the green shoots of emerging life, yet still starving because nothing was ready to eat. During these desperate spring weeks, prehistoric families would scour the landscape for anything remotely edible. They dug for roots that might have survived the winter freeze, stripped bark from certain trees to access the nutrient-rich cambium layer beneath, and searched relentlessly for early greens like dandelion leaves and wild garlic shoots. These foods were often bitter, tough, and provided minimal calories, but they meant the difference between life and death. The psychological toll of this seasonal uncertainty cannot be overstated. Modern humans struggle with meal planning a week in advance, but our ancestors had to think months ahead, always calculating whether their current food stores would last until the next harvest season. Every meal consumed in autumn carried the weight of winter survival, creating a constant underlying anxiety about food security that we can barely comprehend today. Summer represented the brief window of relative abundance, though even this season came with its own challenges. The warm months brought an explosion of plant foods, berries, nuts, seeds, and edible leaves. But this bounty was fleeting and required intense labor to collect and preserve. Prehistoric families worked frantically during these months, gathering and processing as much food as possible before the inevitable return of scarcity. The preservation techniques available to our ancestors were primitive and often unreliable. Without refrigeration, salt, or proper storage containers, much of their carefully gathered food would spoil before winter's end. They dried berries in the sun, hopping rain wouldn't ruin weeks of work. They buried nuts in carefully constructed caches, praying that moisture wouldn't cause them to rot, or that other animals wouldn't discover their hiding places. Archaeological evidence reveals the desperate measures taken during times of extreme scarcity. Bone analysis shows that prehistoric humans would crack open every bone to extract the nutrient-rich marrow inside. They would grind up shells and bones to create a calcium-rich powder that could be mixed with whatever plant matter they could find. Even the most unappetizing parts of animals' organs, blood, and gristle became precious sources of nutrition during lean times. The seasonal migration patterns of animals added another layer of complexity to prehistoric food procurement. Herds of mammoths, reindeer, and other large game animals would move across vast distances, following their own food sources and breeding cycles. This meant that even successful hunting communities faced periods when their primary protein sources simply weren't available in their territory. Winter was perhaps the most challenging season for food procurement, but not necessarily because of cold temperatures alone. The real problem was the complete disappearance of plant foods and the difficulty of hunting in harsh conditions. Snow made tracking animals easier in some ways, but it also made travel exhausting and dangerous. Frozen ground made digging for roots nearly impossible, and many water sources would freeze over, limiting access to fish and aquatic plants. During the worst winter months, prehistoric communities would enter what researchers call starvation mode, a state where the body begins breaking down its own muscle tissue to survive. This wasn't an occasional occurrence, but a regular part of the annual cycle. Skeletal remains from prehistoric sites show clear evidence of seasonal malnutrition, with bone growth patterns that reflect periods of adequate nutrition, alternating with times of severe dietary stress. The social dynamics of seasonal scarcity created complex sharing arrangements within prehistoric communities. During times of abundance, successful hunters and gatherers were expected to share their bounty with the group. This wasn't altruism, but practical insurance. Those who shared during good times could expect reciprocal support during lean periods. These social contracts were literally matters of life and death. Children and elderly members of prehistoric communities suffered disproportionately during seasonal food shortages. Young bodies required consistent nutrition for proper development, while older individuals often lacked the physical strength to compete for limited resources. Archaeological evidence suggests that infant mortality rates spiked dramatically during late winter and early spring months, when food supplies reached their lowest points. The unpredictability of seasonal variations made long-term planning nearly impossible. A late spring could extend the hunger gap by weeks. An early frost could destroy autumn nut harvests. A drought could eliminate the berry crop entirely. Our ancestors lived in constant awareness that a single bad season could mean death for their entire family group. Even the concept of a normal season was relative and unreliable. Climate variations meant that what worked one year might fail catastrophically the next. Prehistoric humans had to maintain detailed mental maps of multiple food sources across vast territories, always ready to adapt their strategies when primary sources failed. This required an encyclopedic knowledge of their environment that few modern humans could match. The seasonal nature of prehistoric food procurement created a boom and bust cycle that shaped every aspect of early human behavior. During abundant periods, communities would often engage in elaborate feasting and celebration, not just for social reasons, but as a practical way to consume perishable foods before they spoiled. These gatherings also served as important opportunities to share information about food sources and preservation techniques. As we settle deeper into our exploration of prehistoric nutrition, the relentless cycle of seasonal scarcity reminds us just how precarious survival was for our ancestors. Every season brought its own unique challenges and opportunities, creating a complex dance between human ingenuity and natural limitation that would define the human experience for hundreds of thousands of years. The human body requires a delicate balance of nutrients to function properly. Vitamins, minerals, proteins, and essential fatty acids all play crucial roles in maintaining health. For prehistoric peoples, obtaining this balance was an ongoing challenge that shaped their daily lives and long-term survival. Vitamin deficiencies were perhaps the most common nutritional problem faced by our ancestors. Without access to citrus fruits, fresh vegetables year-round, or fortified foods, scurvy from vitamin C deficiency was a constant threat. The symptoms would begin subtly: fatigue, joint pain, and small spots appearing on the skin. As scurvy progressed, the effects became more severe. Gums would become swollen and bleeding, teeth would loosen and fall out, and old wounds would reopen as the body lost its ability to produce collagen. For prehistoric peoples living through long winters with limited fresh plant foods, this was a very real danger. Archaeological evidence from skeletal remains shows clear signs of scurvy in prehistoric populations, particularly in northern climates where fresh vegetation was scarce for months at a time. The condition was so common that it likely influenced migration patterns and seasonal behaviors. Vitamin D deficiency presented another significant challenge, especially for populations living in northern latitudes with limited sunlight exposure during winter months. Without adequate vitamin D, the body cannot properly absorb calcium, leading to rickets in children and osteomalacia in adults. The skeletal remains of prehistoric children often show the characteristic bowing of leg bones associated with rickets. Their bones were soft and pliable, unable to support their body weight properly. Adults suffered from bone pain, muscle weakness, and increased risk of fractures from even minor trauma. Iron deficiency anemia was another widespread problem, particularly among women of childbearing age. Without access to iron-rich foods like red meat on a regular basis, and with the additional iron demands of menstruation and pregnancy, many prehistoric women lived in a state of chronic anemia. The symptoms of iron deficiency would have been debilitating: constant fatigue, weakness, shortness of breath, and pale skin. For people whose survival depended on physical strength and endurance, this condition could mean the difference between life and death during critical situations. Protein deficiency, known as kwashiorkor, occurred when people had access to calories, but not enough high-quality protein. This was particularly problematic in areas where plant foods were the primary source of nutrition, as many plant proteins lack essential amino acids. Children were especially vulnerable to protein deficiency. Their growing bodies required adequate protein for proper development, and without it, they would develop swollen bellies, thinning hair that changed color, and skin that became patchy and discolored. Many children who survived the acute phase would be left with permanent developmental delays. The lack of dietary fat, particularly omega-3 fatty acids, also created significant health problems. These essential fats are crucial for brain development and function, as well as for maintaining healthy skin and reducing inflammation throughout the body. Without adequate fat in their diets, prehistoric peoples would have experienced dry, cracking skin that was more susceptible to infection. Their hair would become brittle and thin, and their ability to think clearly and maintain cognitive function would be impaired. Calcium deficiency was another serious concern, particularly for populations with limited access to dairy products or calcium-rich plant foods. Without adequate calcium, bones would become weak and brittle, teeth would decay and fall out, and muscle function would be impaired. The archaeological record shows evidence of widespread dental problems in prehistoric populations, with tooth loss occurring at much younger ages than we see today. This wasn't just due to poor dental hygiene. It was also a result of calcium deficiency, weakening the teeth and jaw bones. Seasonal variations in food availability meant that nutritional deficiencies often followed predictable patterns. Late winter and early spring were particularly challenging times, when stored foods were running low and fresh plants had not yet begun to grow. During these lean periods, people would consume whatever was available, often relying on foods that provided calories but little nutritional value. Tree bark, grass, and even clay were sometimes consumed in desperate attempts to fill empty stomachs, though these provided virtually no useful nutrients. The effects of malnutrition were cumulative and intergenerational. Malnourished mothers would give birth to smaller, weaker bobbies who were more susceptible to disease and developmental problems. These children, if they survived to adulthood, would often be smaller and less robust than their well-nourished counterparts. Certain populations developed adaptive strategies to cope with specific nutritional challenges. Arctic peoples, for example, learned to consume the entire animal, including organs rich in vitamins that would otherwise be lacking in their diet. The liver, kidneys, and even the contents of herbivore stomachs provided essential nutrients. However, these adaptations were not always sufficient, and nutritional deficiencies remained a constant threat to health and survival. The human body's remarkable ability to function, even under suboptimal conditions, allowed our ancestors to survive, but often at great cost to their quality of life and longevity. Understanding these nutritional challenges helps us appreciate the complexity of prehistoric survival. It wasn't simply a matter of finding enough food to avoid starvation. It was about finding the right combination of foods to maintain health over the long term, a challenge that shaped human evolution and continues to influence our dietary needs today. The prehistoric landscape was filled with countless plants and fungi that looked perfectly edible, but could kill you within hours. Our ancestors had to learn through deadly trial and error which mushrooms would nourish them and which would send them into convulsions before shutting down their organs completely. Death-cap mushrooms grew abundantly in the forests where early humans foraged. These innocent-looking fungi contain amatoxins that cause no immediate symptoms, allowing the victim to feel perfectly fine for 6 to 12 hours after consumption. By the time the first signs of poisoning appeared, severe vomiting, bloody diarrhea, and intense abdominal pain, the toxins had already begun destroying liver cells beyond repair. A prehistoric forager who accidentally consumed just half a death-cap mushroom would experience what seemed like food poisoning at first. They might attribute their discomfort to spoiled meat or contaminated water. But as hours passed, their condition would deteriorate rapidly. Their liver would begin failing, their kidneys would shut down, and within 3 to 7 days, they would die in agony while their family watched helplessly. Destroying angel mushrooms presented an even more insidious threat. These pure white fungi looked remarkably similar to edible puffballs when young, leading to frequent cases of mistaken identity. The toxins in destroying angels work slowly and methodically, first attacking the digestive system, then moving on to the liver and kidneys. There was no antidote available to prehistoric peoples, no medical intervention that could reverse the cellular damage once it began. Wild berries posed their own deadly challenges. Pokeweed berries clustered in attractive purple bunches that resembled edible elderberries. A hungry forager might gather these berries for their family, not knowing that every part of the pokeweed plant contained saponins and alkaloids. Children were particularly vulnerable, as even small amounts could cause respiratory depression and cardiac arrest. Bittersweet nightshade berries dangled temptingly from vines throughout prehistoric Europe and Asia. These bright red berries contained solanine and other glucocolloids that caused hallucinations, paralysis, and death. A child who ate just 10 to 20 berries would begin experiencing symptoms within hours: dilated pupils, difficulty swallowing, and eventual respiratory failure as their nervous system shut down. Water hemlock grew along streams and wetlands where prehistoric peoples often camped. This plant earned the reputation as the most violently toxic plant in North America, containing succutoxin in its roots that caused grand mal seizures within minutes of consumption. The roots looked remarkably similar to edible wild parsnips, leading to tragic cases of mistaken identity. A prehistoric forager who accidentally consumed water hemlock root would experience violent convulsions that could break bones. Their body temperature would spike dangerously high. Their heart would race uncontrollably, and they would likely die within hours from respiratory failure. Family members could only watch in horror as their loved one suffered through seizures that no amount of care or traditional remedies could stop. Castor beans grew wild in many regions inhabited by early humans. These mottled seeds contained ricin, one of the most potent, naturally occurring toxins known. Just 2 or 3 castor beans could kill an adult human, causing severe dehydration through bloody vomiting and diarrhea, before leading to organ failure and death within days. The seeds looked harmless enough, even attractive with their colorful patterns. A curious child might put them in their mouth, or a desperate adult might try eating them during times of extreme hunger. The ricin would begin breaking down cellular proteins throughout the body, causing widespread tissue damage that prehistoric medicine had no power to treat or reverse. Oleander bushes produced beautiful flowers that masked their deadly nature. Every part of the plant contained cardiac glycosides that disrupted heart rhythm and caused death through cardiac arrest. Even burning, oleander would release toxic fumes that could poison an entire family gathered around a campfire. Prehistoric peoples had to learn to identify and avoid these plants through careful observation and tragic experience. Foxglove plants grew wild across Europe, producing tall spikes of purple, pink, or white flowers that attracted both humans and animals. The entire plant contained digitalis compounds that affected heart function. A forager who mistook young foxglove leaves for comfrey or other edible greens would experience nausea, vomiting, and dangerous changes in heart rhythm that could prove fatal within hours. Yew trees presented a particularly deceptive threat. While the bright red berries were technically edible if the seeds were removed, every other part of the tree contained toxin alkaloids that caused cardiac arrest. The seeds themselves were extremely toxic, and accidentally biting into one while eating the berry could result in death within hours. Many prehistoric peoples likely died from consuming yew seeds without understanding the distinction. Wild mushrooms required the most careful identification skills of all. False morels looked similar to edible morel mushrooms, but contained gerrymudron, which metabolized into rocket fuel components within the human body. Jack-o'-lantern mushrooms glowed eerily in the dark and resembled edible chanterelles, but they caused severe gastrointestinal distress that could lead to dangerous dehydration and death in weakened individuals. The learning process was brutal and unforgiving. Prehistoric communities had to develop extensive knowledge systems passed down through generations, teaching children which plants were safe and which meant certain death. They created detailed mental catalogs of toxic species, learning to identify them by leaf shape, growth pattern, smell, and seasonal appearance. Traditional testing methods involved touching plants to the skin first, then to the lips, then consuming tiny amounts while watching for reactions. But even these careful protocols couldn't prevent all poisonings, especially when dealing with delayed action toxins that took hours or days to manifest their deadly effects. The constant threat of plant poisoning shaped prehistoric food culture in profound ways. Communities developed taboos around certain plants, created detailed seasonal calendars for safe foraging, and established strict protocols for testing new food sources. The knowledge of which plants could kill became as important as knowing which ones could nourish, passed down through oral traditions that could mean the difference between survival and extinction for entire groups. This deadly botanical minefield made every foraging expedition a calculated risk, where one mistake in plant identification could doom not just the individual forager, but their entire family who might share in the toxic harvest. The state of prehistoric teeth tells a particularly grim story about ancient diets. Archaeological evidence from dental remains reveals the constant suffering our ancestors endured simply from eating their daily meals. Every bite was potentially damaging their teeth in ways that would make modern dentists weep. Stone tools used for food preparation often left microscopic rock particles embedded in grain and meat. These tiny fragments acted like sandpaper against tooth enamel with every chew. Over time, this constant grinding wore teeth down to painful nubs. Skulls from prehistoric sites show teeth ground down nearly to the gum line, suggesting years of agonizing meals. The coarse texture of stone-ground grains was particularly destructive. Unlike modern flour, which is finely processed and filtered, prehistoric grain processing involved crushing seeds between rough stones. This process inevitably introduced stone dust and grit into the final product. Every loaf of bread, every bowl of porridge contained these abrasive particles. Archaeological analysis of coprolites, preserved prehistoric feces, confirms the presence of stone particles throughout the digestive system. This evidence suggests that consuming rock fragments wasn't an occasional accident, but a daily reality. The human jaw had to work overtime to process these contaminated foods, leading to excessive wear on both teeth and jaw joints. Tooth decay was rampant in agricultural societies compared to hunter-gatherer groups. The introduction of cultivated grains and fermented foods created ideal conditions for cavity-causing bacteria. Starches from grains would stick to teeth, providing sustained nourishment for harmful microorganisms. Without any means of dental hygiene, these bacteria colonies flourished unchecked. The pain from dental problems must have been excruciating and constant. Infected teeth would abscess, causing facial swelling and systemic illness. Some prehistoric skulls show evidence of attempted tooth extraction, with crude holes drilled into jawbones around infected teeth. These primitive dental procedures were performed without anesthesia or antiseptic, often causing more harm than relief. Nutritional deficiencies also contributed to poor dental health. Lack of vitamin C led to scurvy, causing gums to recede and teeth to loosen. Calcium deficiency weakened tooth enamel, making teeth more susceptible to decay and breakage. Iron deficiency anemia affected the body's ability to fight oral infections, allowing dental problems to spread rapidly. The social implications of dental problems were significant. Individuals with severe tooth loss would struggle to eat tough foods, potentially leading to malnutrition. This created a vicious cycle where poor nutrition further weakened remaining teeth. Archaeological evidence suggests that people with extensive dental problems often died younger than those with healthier teeth. Some prehistoric groups attempted to address dental issues through crude remedies. Evidence suggests the use of plant fibers as primitive toothpicks and certain herbs for pain relief. However, these measures were largely ineffective against the fundamental problem of contaminated food sources. The constant introduction of abrasive particles made dental deterioration inevitable. Seasonal variations in food availability also affected dental health. During times of scarcity, people would consume increasingly rough and contaminated foods. Tree bark, tough roots, and partially spoiled grains became dietary staples during famines. These emergency foods were particularly harsh on already compromised teeth, accelerating dental deterioration during the most vulnerable times. The psychological impact of chronic dental pain cannot be understated. Constant toothaches would have affected sleep, concentration, and overall quality of life. The inability to properly chew food would have made eating a dreaded necessity rather than a pleasure. This daily suffering was simply an accepted part of prehistoric existence. Archaeological evidence from various prehistoric sites shows remarkably consistent patterns of dental wear and decay across different cultures and time periods. This suggests that poor dental health was a universal consequence of prehistoric food preparation methods, not limited to specific regions or populations. The human species collectively endured this dental suffering for thousands of years. Comparative studies of prehistoric and modern hunter-gatherer teeth reveal interesting patterns. Groups that relied more heavily on processed grains showed significantly worse dental health than those maintaining traditional hunting and gathering practices. This evidence highlights how agricultural advancement, while solving some nutritional problems, created new health challenges. The development of cooking techniques aimed at softening foods was was partly driven by the need to accommodate damaged teeth. Boiling, stewing, and fermentation methods helped break down tough fibers and reduce the mechanical stress on teeth during chewing. However, these same processes often introduced new contaminants and increased the risk of bacterial growth. Dental problems also affected food choices and preparation methods. Families would often pre-chew food for elderly members with severely worn teeth, a practice that helped with digestion, but also spread oral bacteria throughout the group. This communal approach to dealing with dental problems inadvertently contributed to the spread of dental disease within communities. The gradual improvement in food processing techniques over millennia was partly motivated by the desire to reduce dental damage. The development of better grinding stones, sieving methods, and cooking vessels represented attempts to create less abrasive foods. However, significant improvements in dental health wouldn't occur until modern times with the advent of refined foods and dental care. Understanding prehistoric dental problems provides sobering perspective on the daily hardships our ancestors endured. Every meal was a potential source of pain and long-term damage. The simple act of eating, which we now take for granted, was fraught with discomfort and health risks that shaped the entire prehistoric human experience. The relationship between prehistoric humans and parasites was an intimate and unavoidable partnership that shaped daily existence in ways we can barely comprehend today. Every meal carried the potential for microscopic hitchhikers. Every water source harbored invisible threats, and every food storage method created new opportunities for contamination to flourish. Archaeological evidence from coprolites, fossilized human waste, reveals the staggering diversity of parasitic infections that plagued our ancestors. Roundworms, tapeworms, whipworms, and countless other internal passengers were so common that finding prehistoric remains without evidence of parasitic infection is actually noteworthy. These weren't occasional health problems, but constant companions that weakened immune systems, stunted growth, and made survival even more precarious. The consumption of raw or poorly cooked meat guaranteed exposure to trichinosis from wild boar, toxoplasmosis from various game animals, and numerous tapeworm species that could grow to extraordinary lengths within the human digestive system. Some tapeworms found in prehistoric remains suggest infections that persisted for years, slowly draining nutrients and energy from their unwilling hosts while reproducing and spreading to other community members. Water sources presented their own catalog of microscopic horrors. Natural springs, rivers, and collected rainwater teemed with bacteria, protozoa, and parasitic larvae. Jutta lamblia caused chronic diarrhea and malabsorption, while various amoebic infections led to dysentery and dehydration. The simple act of drinking water was a calculated risk that prehistoric peoples had no choice but to take repeatedly throughout each day. food storage created perfect breeding grounds for contamination to multiply and spread. Underground caches, while protecting food from larger scavengers, maintained consistent temperatures and humidity levels that encouraged bacterial growth. Dried meats, despite their preservation, often harbored salmonella and other pathogens that survived the drying process. Fermented foods, while sometimes beneficial, could just as easily become toxic if the fermentation process went wrong, or if harmful bacteria outcompeted beneficial ones. The communal nature of prehistoric food preparation and consumption accelerated the spread of Fudbana illnesses throughout entire groups. Shared cooking vessels, communal food stores, and group meals meant that one contaminated ingredient could sicken an entire band of hunter-gatherers. Without understanding of germ theory or sanitation practices, prehistoric peoples had no effective methods for preventing cross-contamination or stopping the spread of Fudbana pathogens. Seasonal variations in parasite loads created cyclical health crises that coincided with food scarcity periods. Spring months often brought increased parasitic infections as winter food stores became more heavily contaminated over time. The combination of weakened immune systems from winter malnutrition and increased exposure to parasites from aging food supplies created perfect storms of illness that could devastate small populations. Archaeological analysis of prehistoric cooking sites reveals evidence of attempts to combat contamination through various methods. Fire-cracked rocks suggest extensive use of boiling, which would have killed many pathogens, though prehistoric peoples wouldn't have understood the underlying reasons for this effectiveness. Some sites show evidence of food being buried in ash or charcoal, materials that have natural antimicrobial properties. Though again, this was likely discovered through trial and error rather than scientific understanding. The impact of chronic parasitic infections on prehistoric populations extended far beyond immediate discomfort. Intestinal worms competed directly with their hosts for nutrients, leading to malnutrition even when food was relatively abundant. Children were particularly vulnerable, with heavy parasitic loads contributing to stunted growth, delayed development, and increased mortality rates. Adult hunters and gatherers found their energy and endurance compromised by constant low-level infections. Certain parasites created cascading health effects that made survival even more challenging. Liver flukes, contracted from eating raw freshwater fish, caused chronic inflammation and reduced liver function. This impaired the body's ability to process toxins and nutrients, making prehistoric peoples more vulnerable to other diseases and less capable of recovering from injuries or illnesses. The psychological toll of chronic parasitic infections cannot be underestimated. Constant digestive discomfort, unpredictable bouts of illness, and the visible presence of worms in waste created a baseline level of physical distress that was simply accepted as normal. Prehistoric peoples developed remarkable tolerance for symptoms that would send modern humans immediately to medical professionals. Evidence suggests that some prehistoric groups developed cultural practices that inadvertently reduced parasitic infections. Certain plant medicines, while not understood scientifically, contained compounds that were naturally antiparasitic. Some groups showed preferences for particular food preparation methods that happened to be more effective at killing pathogens, though these practices were likely maintained through tradition rather than understanding of their health benefits. Relationship between humans and parasites in prehistoric times represents one of the most fundamental challenges of early human existence. Every calorie consumed came with the risk of infection. Every water source harbored potential threats, and every day brought new opportunities for contamination to spread throughout communities. This constant biological warfare shaped human evolution, influenced settlement patterns, and created selection pressures that still affect human health today. Modern humans, protected by water treatment, food safety regulations, and medical interventions, can barely imagine the daily reality of prehistoric parasitic infections. What we consider emergency medical situations were simply unavoidable aspects of prehistoric life, endured with remarkable resilience by our ancestors who had no choice but to adapt and survive despite the microscopic armies that shared their bodies and compromised their health at every meal. The transition to agriculture wasn't the immediate improvement in diet that many people imagine. Early farmers faced countless challenges that made their food supply often more precarious than their hunter-gatherer ancestors. The shift from foraging to farming represented one of humanity's greatest gambles, and the results were mixed at best. When humans first began cultivating crops around 10,000 years ago, they were essentially conducting massive experiments with no guarantee of success. Wild plants didn't automatically cooperate with human intentions. Early wheat, for example, had brittle stalks that would shatter at the slightest touch, scattering seeds everywhere except where farmers wanted them. This meant that harvesting required incredible precision and timing. The domestication process took generations of careful selection. Farmers had to identify which plants had slightly less brittle stalks, collect their seeds, and replant them season after season. This gradual improvement happened so slowly that individual farmers might never see meaningful progress in their lifetime. They were working toward benefits their grandchildren might eventually enjoy. Early agricultural tools were primitive beyond modern comprehension. The first plows were little more than sharpened sticks dragged through soil. Breaking ground for planting required back-breaking labor that consumed enormous amounts of energy. A single family might spend weeks preparing a small plot that would yield barely enough grain to sustain them through winter. Soil fertility presented another enormous challenge. Early farmers had no understanding of crop rotation, nitrogen fixation, or soil chemistry. They would plant the same crops in the same locations year after year, gradually depleting the soil of essential nutrients. Yields would decline steadily until fields became nearly barren, forcing communities to abandon their settlements and search for new fertile ground. Weather became an even more critical factor for agricultural communities than it had been for hunter-gatherers. A single drought, flood, or unseasonable frost could destroy an entire year's crop, leaving hundreds of people facing starvation. Hunter-gatherers could adapt by moving to different areas or switching to alternative food sources, but farmers were tied to their fields and their stored grain. Storage presented its own set of problems. Grain had to be kept dry and protected from rodents, insects, and mold. Early storage methods were crude and often ineffective. Pottery was still being developed, and wooden containers were expensive and time-consuming to make. Many communities stored grain in pits lined with stones or clay, but these underground storage areas were vulnerable to flooding and contamination. Pests became a constant nightmare for early farmers. Without modern pesticides, or even basic understanding of pest control, crops were vulnerable to swarms of insects, flocks of birds, and herds of grazing animals. Farmers would spend countless hours standing guard over their fields, using primitive scarecrows, noisemakers, and physical barriers that were only marginally effective. The nutritional quality of early agricultural diets was actually inferior to hunter-gatherer diets in many ways. While farming could potentially produce more calories per unit of land, those calories came from a much narrower range of foods. Early farmers relied heavily on a few staple grains, which provided carbohydrates, but lacked the diverse vitamins, minerals, and proteins that came from varied hunter-gatherer diets. Processing these early grains was labor-intensive and often incomplete. Without modern milling techniques, people had to pound grain by hand using stone mortars and pestles. This process was time-consuming and produced coarse flour that was difficult to digest. Much of the nutritional value was lost in processing, and the resulting food was often gritty and unpalatable. Disease became more prevalent in early agricultural communities. The close proximity of humans and domesticated animals created ideal conditions for the transmission of diseases between species. Settlements also meant that human waste and food scraps accumulated in concentrated areas, attracting disease-carrying pests and contaminating water supplies. Population density in agricultural settlements led to increased competition for resources and social tensions. When hunter-gatherer groups faced food shortages, they could split up and search for resources in different areas. Agricultural communities were tied to their land and had to find ways to divide limited resources among growing populations. The seasonal nature of agriculture created feast or famine cycles that were more extreme than anything hunter-gatherers typically experienced. During harvest time, there might be relative abundance, but the months leading up to harvest were often periods of severe scarcity. People had to carefully ration their stored food, never knowing if it would last until the next harvest. Early farmers also had to deal with the challenge of seed saving. They had to resist eating their best grain and instead set it aside for planting the following year. This required incredible discipline during times of hunger, when the temptation to consume seed grain could mean the difference between survival and starvation in the short term, but would doom future harvests. Social hierarchies began to emerge as some individuals gained control over land, tools, or stored grain. This created inequality that was largely unknown in hunter-gatherer societies. Some people had access to better food, while others struggled with the past quality grain and the smallest portions. Trade became necessary, but complicated. Agricultural communities needed to exchange surplus grain for tools, pottery, and other goods they couldn't produce themselves. But transportation was difficult, and there were no standardized systems of measurement or currency. Negotiations were complex and often unfair. The psychological stress of agricultural life was enormous. Farmers lived with constant uncertainty about weather, pests, and crop yields. They had to make crucial decisions about when to plant, when to harvest, and how much grain to save for seed, often with incomplete information and no margin for error. Despite these challenges, agriculture gradually became more sophisticated. Communities learned through trial and error, developing better tools, storage methods, and crop varieties. But this process took thousands of years, and early agricultural peoples endured generations of food insecurity, malnutrition, and hardship that their hunter-gatherer ancestors had rarely experienced. The transition to agriculture represents one of humanity's most significant adaptations, but it came at an enormous cost in terms of food quality, security, and human suffering during those crucial early millennia. While we've explored the general challenges of prehistoric eating, the reality was that food experiences varied dramatically depending on where our ancestors lived. Geography shaped everything about their diet, from what they could hunt to what plants grew nearby, creating distinct regional food cultures that would persist for millennia. In the Arctic regions, where our ancestors eventually ventured, the diet was almost entirely carnivorous by necessity. The Inuit peoples who later inhabited these areas developed incredible techniques for surviving on meat and fat alone. But their prehistoric predecessors faced even harsher conditions. Imagine trying to find edible plants when the ground is frozen solid for most of the year, and the only vegetation consists of hardy lichens and the occasional berry during the brief summer months. These Arctic dwellers became masters of fat consumption understanding that animal fat provided essential calories for surviving in extreme cold. They would eat the blubber of seals and whales, the marrow from caribou bones, and even the stomach contents of herbivorous animals to get some plant nutrients. The idea of a balanced meal, as we know it, simply didn't exist when survival meant consuming every possible calorie from whatever animal you could catch. Moving south to the temperate forests of Europe and North America, our ancestors encountered a completely different set of challenges and opportunities. Here, the seasonal variation was extreme, creating a boom and bust cycle that dominated their entire existence. Spring brought tender young shoots and leaves, but also the dangerous hunger gap when winter stores were depleted and new food hadn't yet ripened. Summer in these regions was relatively abundant, with berries, nuts, and roots becoming available, alongside increased hunting opportunities as animals emerged from winter scarcity. But this abundance was deceptive, as everything had to be consumed immediately or preserved for the coming winter. There were no refrigerators, no canning methods, just smoking, drying, and fermentation techniques that often failed, leaving communities to starve when their food stores spoiled. The autumn harvest season was crucial for survival, as groups frantically gathered nuts, seeds, and late-season fruits, while hunting became easier as animals fattened up for winter. But this was also when competition was fiercest, both between human groups and with other animals preparing for the cold months ahead. A single failed harvest or unsuccessful hunting season could mean death for an entire community. In tropical regions, our ancestors faced entirely different food challenges. While plant foods were more consistently available year-round, they also had to contend with intense competition from other primates, insects, and tropical diseases that made food dangerous to consume. The abundance of tropical regions was offset by the incredible diversity of toxins and parasites that could make any meal potentially lethal. Tropical fruits that seem so appealing to us today were often small, fibrous, and filled with seeds that could damage teeth or cause intestinal blockages. The ancestors of our modern bananas were tiny, hard, and filled with large seeds. Wild mangoes were stringy and often caused severe allergic reactions. Even coconuts, when they could be accessed, provided limited nutrition compared to the effort required to break them open with stone tools. Desert regions presented perhaps the most extreme food scarcity challenges. Here, our ancestors had to become incredibly specialized in finding and processing the few edible plants that could survive in arid conditions. Cacti provided both water and nutrition, but extracting either required dealing with dangerous spines and often toxic compounds that needed careful processing to make safe. Desert-dwelling peoples developed remarkable knowledge about seasonal water sources and the brief periods when desert plants would fruit or flower. They learned to process mesquite pods, prickly pear fruits, and various desert seeds, but the margin for error was incredibly thin. A single mistake in plant identification or processing could mean death from poisoning or dehydration. Coastal regions offered unique opportunities, but also specific dangers. Shellfish and seaweed provided reliable protein and nutrients, but they also carried the risk of red tide poisoning, bacterial contamination, and parasitic infections. Our ancestors had to learn the subtle signs of safe versus dangerous seafood, knowledge that was literally a matter of life and death. The tidal zones where many coastal peoples gathered food were also incredibly dangerous environments. Slippery rocks, sudden waves, and changing tides could easily trap or kill unwary foragers. The reward of protein-rich mussels, clams, and seaweed had to be weighed against the very real risk of drowning or being swept away by unexpected waves. Mountain regions created their own unique challenges, with extreme altitude affecting both the availability of food and the human body's ability to process it. High-altitude environments had shorter growing seasons, more intense UV radiation that could damage food sources, and atmospheric conditions that made cooking and food preservation more difficult. Mountain-dwelling ancestors had to time their movements carefully, following seasonal migrations of animals and the brief windows when high-altitude plants would be edible. They often lived in a state of constant movement, unable to establish permanent settlements because the food sources were too scattered and seasonal to support year-round occupation. River valleys and wetlands provided some of the most reliable food sources, but they came with their own dangers. These areas were breeding grounds for disease-carrying insects, and the rich plant and animal life also attracted dangerous predators. Our ancestors who lived near water sources had better access to fish, waterfowl, and aquatic plants, but they also faced increased competition and health risks. The seasonal flooding of rivers could destroy food sources just as easily as it could create them, and early humans had to develop sophisticated understanding of water patterns to survive. They learned to read the subtle signs of coming floods, to build temporary shelters that could withstand seasonal changes, and to preserve food during times of abundance or the inevitable periods of scarcity. Perhaps most importantly, these regional variations meant that human groups became incredibly specialized in their local environments, developing distinct food cultures that were perfectly adapted to their specific challenges. This specialization was both a strength and a vulnerability, as groups became experts in their local food systems, but were often helpless when forced to relocate due to climate changes or other pressures. The knowledge required to survive in each of these environments was vast and complex, passed down through generations of careful observation and often deadly trial and error. Every plant, every animal behavior, every seasonal change had to be memorized and understood, because forgetting even small details could mean the difference between eating and starving, between thriving and dying, in the harsh prehistoric world. The relationship between climate and prehistoric diet was far more complex and devastating than most people realize. When we think about how weather affects our food today, we might consider a bad harvest driving up grocery prices. For our prehistoric ancestors, climate variations meant the difference between survival and extinction, between thriving communities and mass starvation events that could wipe out entire populations. During the last glacial maximum, roughly 20,000 years ago, much of Europe and North America lay buried under ice sheets thousands of feet thick. The landscape was a frozen wasteland where temperatures averaged 30 degrees colder than today. In these conditions, plant foods became virtually non-existent across vast regions. Archaeological evidence from sites like Dolní Věstonice in the Czech Republic shows that people survived almost entirely on mammoth meat, supplemented by whatever small game they could trap in the brief summer months. The monotony of this Ice Age diet was soul-crushing. Imagine eating nothing but mammoth steaks, mammoth stew, and mammoth jerky for months on end. The fat content was so high that people developed a condition modern nutritionists call rabbit starvation in reverse. Too much fat, not enough variety, leading to digestive problems and nutritional deficiencies that manifested as joint pain, tooth loss, and chronic fatigue. When the climate began to warm during the Younger Dryas period, around 12,000 years ago, it created a false hope that proved even more devastating. As ice sheets retreated, new plant species began to colonize the landscape. People started to diversify their diets, incorporating wild grains, nuts, and seasonal fruits. Communities grew larger and more settled as food sources became more predictable. Then the climate changed again, plunging back into near-glacial conditions for over 1,000 years. This wasn't a gradual shift that people could adapt to over generations. Archaeological evidence suggests the temperature drop happened within decades, possibly even within a single human lifetime. The plants that communities had come to depend on died off. The animals that had returned to northern regions migrated south or went extinct locally. The archaeological record from this period tells a story of desperation. At sites across northern Europe, we find evidence of people eating bark, leather, and even grinding up bones to extract every possible calorie. Coprolite analysis from caves in France shows that people were consuming grass seeds, moss, and tree cambium. The human remains from this period show clear signs of malnutrition, with shortened stature, dental problems, and bone deformities that speak to chronic hunger. Even in more temperate regions, climate variations created constant dietary stress. The Mediterranean basin, which we think of as having a stable climate, experienced dramatic shifts in rainfall patterns. During dry periods that could last for decades, the oak forests that provided crucial acorns would fail. The wild wheat and barley that grew in mountain valleys would wither. Coastal communities would find that changing sea levels and temperatures drove away the fish and shellfish they depended on. One of the most devastating climate impacts was the unpredictability. Modern hunter-gatherer societies in stable climates develop sophisticated knowledge about seasonal food availability. They know exactly when certain fruits ripen, when particular animals migrate, when specific plants can be harvested. This knowledge, passed down through generations, allows them to plan and prepare for lean times. Prehistoric people during periods of climate instability couldn't develop this crucial knowledge base. Just when they thought they understood their environment, everything would change. The berries that ripened in late summer might not appear at all. The salmon runs that had fed communities for generations might fail as river temperatures shifted. The herds of reindeer or bison that followed predictable migration routes might take entirely different paths or disappear altogether. The psychological impact of this uncertainty was profound. Ethnographic studies of modern societies facing climate-related food insecurity show high rates of anxiety, depression, and social conflict. For prehistoric people, the stress was even more intense because they had no understanding of the underlying causes. They couldn't predict or prepare for climate shifts. They could only react, often too late, as their food sources vanished. Seasonal affective disorder, which we now recognize as a response to reduced sunlight, would have been devastating in prehistoric times. During the long, dark winters of the Ice Age, when temperatures plummeted and food became scarce, people would have experienced not just physical hunger, but profound psychological distress. The combination of malnutrition and seasonal depression created a feedback loop where people became less capable of the complex planning and cooperation needed to find food. Climate change also affected food preservation, which was crucial for survival. During warm, humid periods, meat would spoil quickly, making it impossible to store the large kills that communities depended on. Smoking and drying techniques that worked in dry climates would fail when humidity levels rose. Conversely, during extremely cold periods, people couldn't access frozen stores of food buried under snow and ice. The impact on plant foods was equally severe. Many of the wild grains and seeds that prehistoric people collected required specific temperature and moisture conditions to develop their full nutritional content. Climate variations could cause these plants to produce seeds with lower protein content, fewer essential fatty acids, or reduced concentrations of crucial vitamins and minerals. Perhaps most tragically, climate change often struck just when communities were beginning to thrive. Archaeological sites across Europe and Asia show evidence of growing populations, increasing cultural complexity, and technological innovation, followed by sudden abandonment as climate shifts made the areas uninhabitable. The people who had invested generations in learning to exploit specific environments found their knowledge suddenly worthless. The genetic evidence tells the same story. DNA analysis of prehistoric human remains shows repeated population bottlenecks corresponding to major climate events. Entire lineages disappeared, taking with them not just lives, but accumulated knowledge about food procurement, preparation, and storage. Each climate crisis reset human cultural development, forcing survivors to start over with reduced populations and lost expertise. These climate impacts on prehistoric diet created a cascade of secondary effects that made survival even more difficult. Malnutrition weakened immune systems, making people more susceptible to diseases. Reduced fertility rates meant fewer children to help with food gathering. Social tensions increased as resources became scarce, leading to conflict and the breakdown of cooperative relationships that were essential for effective hunting and gathering. The legacy of these climate-driven dietary challenges shaped human evolution in profound ways. Our modern cravings for high-calorie foods, our tendency to overeat when food is abundant, and our psychological responses to scarcity all reflect adaptations to the unpredictable, often inadequate food supplies that characterized prehistoric life during periods of climate instability. When we think about prehistoric hardship, nothing quite captures the desperation like the specter of famine. These weren't temporary inconveniences or brief periods of dietary restriction. These were life or death struggles that could last for months, sometimes years, reshaping entire communities and leaving permanent marks on human development. Archaeological evidence from sites across Europe and Asia reveals the brutal reality of prehistoric food stress. Skeletal remains show clear signs of malnutrition, stunted growth, dental problems, and bone density issues that speak to prolonged periods of inadequate nutrition. These weren't isolated incidents affecting a few unlucky individuals. Entire populations bore the physical scars of recurring food shortages. The causes of prehistoric famine were as varied as they were devastating. Climate fluctuations could destroy entire ecosystems overnight. A particularly harsh winter might kill off the large game that communities depended on for protein and fat. Extended droughts could wither the wild plants that provided essential carbohydrates and nutrients. Volcanic eruptions, though rare, could block sunlight for years, creating what researchers call nuclear winter conditions that devastated plant and animal life across vast regions. But perhaps most insidious were the gradual changes that crept up on prehistoric communities. Overhunting could slowly deplete local animal populations until they reached critical tipping points. A successful tribe might grow too large for their territory to support, creating unsustainable pressure on local resources. The delicate balance between human population and available food was constantly shifting, and when it tipped too far in the wrong direction, the consequences were catastrophic. During these crisis periods, prehistoric people were forced to make choices that would be unthinkable in our modern world. Archaeological evidence suggests that infanticide became more common during severe food shortages. A horrific but pragmatic decision to preserve resources for those most likely to survive. Elderly members of tribes might voluntarily reduce their food intake, or even leave the group entirely, sacrificing themselves to improve the survival chances of younger, more productive members. The psychological toll of chronic food stress extended far beyond simple hunger. Modern studies of famine survivors reveal lasting trauma that affects decision-making, risk assessment, and social behavior for decades after the crisis has passed. Prehistoric humans, living through repeated cycles of feast and famine, developed what researchers call scarcity mindset, a deep-seated anxiety about resource availability that influenced every aspect of their daily lives. This constant stress manifested in various ways throughout prehistoric societies. Food hoarding became an obsessive behavior, with individuals and families hiding caches of preserved meat, nuts, and other non-perishables in secret locations. These hidden stores were often discovered by archaeologists thousands of years later, still containing the desperate provisions of people who never returned to claim them. Competition for resources during food stress periods could tear apart the social fabric of prehistoric communities. Tribes that had coexisted peacefully for generations might suddenly find themselves in violent conflict over hunting grounds or water sources. Archaeological sites from these periods often show evidence of increased warfare, fortified settlements, and mass graves that suggest systematic violence related to resource competition. The impact on children was particularly devastating. Malnutrition during critical growth periods led to permanent physical and cognitive impairments. Studies of prehistoric remains show that children who survived famine periods often had significantly smaller brain volumes and showed signs of developmental delays. These effects weren't just individual tragedies. They represented a loss of human potential that affected entire generations. Women faced unique challenges during food stress periods. Pregnancy and breastfeeding require enormous caloric resources, and during famines, women's bodies would often shut down reproductive functions entirely. Archaeological evidence suggests that birth rates plummeted during severe food shortages, and infant mortality rates soared. Many women who did manage to carry pregnancies to term during these periods gave birth to significantly underweight bobbies with reduced survival chances. The desperation of prehistoric famine led to behaviors that modern humans find deeply disturbing. Cannibalism, while never common, became a documented survival strategy during the most severe food crises. Archaeological sites across the globe have revealed human remains with cut marks and evidence of marrow extraction, suggesting that in the most extreme circumstances, prehistoric people were forced to consume their own dead to survive. But perhaps most remarkably, these periods of extreme hardship also drove innovation and adaptation. Communities that that survived repeated famines developed increasingly sophisticated food preservation techniques, more efficient hunting strategies, and better methods for predicting and preparing for resource shortages. The pressure of survival forced rapid cultural evolution that might have taken centuries under normal circumstances. The memory of famine became embedded in prehistoric cultures through oral traditions, religious practices, and social customs. Many hunter-gatherer societies developed elaborate rituals around food sharing and resource distribution, designed to prevent the kind of hoarding and competition that could destroy communities during crisis periods. These cultural innovations were as important for survival as any technological advancement. Recovery from major famine events could take generations. Even after food became available again, the trauma of starvation continued to influence behavior patterns. Prehistoric communities that had survived severe food stress often remained smaller and more conservative in their resource use for decades afterward, unwilling to risk the kind of population growth that might trigger another crisis. The seasonal nature of many prehistoric food sources meant that mild food stress was actually a regular occurrence, even during good years. The period between the exhaustion of stored winter provisions and the arrival of spring plants was known to anthropologists as the hunger gap, a time when even successful communities faced weeks or months of reduced caloric intake. This regular cycle of scarcity kept prehistoric populations in a constant state of nutritional stress that modern humans can barely comprehend. Understanding prehistoric famine helps us appreciate not just the physical challenges our ancestors faced, but the profound psychological and social pressures that shaped human development. These weren't just difficult times to be endured. They were crucibles that forged fundamental aspects of human nature, from our complex relationships with food to our deep-seated fears about scarcity and survival. Beyond the individual struggle for sustenance, prehistoric eating was fundamentally a social activity that shaped the very foundations of human community. The way our ancestors shared, prepared, and consumed food created the earliest forms of social organization, establishing patterns that would echo through millennia of human development. The concept of communal eating likely emerged from practical necessity. A successful hunt yielding a large mammoth or woolly rhinoceros provided far more meat than a single family could consume before spoilage set in. Without refrigeration or advanced preservation techniques, sharing became not just generous, but essential for survival. This necessity fostered the development of complex social networks based on reciprocity and mutual obligation. Archaeological evidence from sites like Kesem Cave in Israel, dating back 400,000 years, reveals organized hearths surrounded by evidence of communal food preparation. Stone tools are scattered in patterns, suggesting multiple individuals working together. processing different parts of animal carcasses simultaneously. The spatial organization of these ancient kitchens tells a story of cooperation and division of labor that went far beyond mere survival. The social hierarchy within prehistoric groups often manifested most clearly during meal times. The choicest cuts of meat, the organs rich in nutrients, the marrow-filled bones, all had to be distributed according to social rules that balanced individual need with group harmony. Elder members of the tribe, successful hunters, pregnant women, and growing children each had different claims on the available food resources. Evidence suggests that the person who made the kill didn't automatically receive the best portions. Instead, complex sharing protocols developed, often favoring those who contributed tools, knowledge, or other essential services to the hunt. A skilled tracker might receive prime cuts despite never touching a spear. An elder who provided crucial information about animal behavior patterns earned respect and sustenance through wisdom rather than physical prowess. The preparation of food became a deeply social activity, particularly among women who often specialized in plant gathering and processing. The tedious work of grinding seeds, preparing roots, and processing plant materials was made bearable through conversation, storytelling, and the sharing of knowledge. These food preparation sessions served as informal schools where younger members learned not just techniques, but cultural traditions and social expectations. Children learned their place in the social order through food distribution practices. They observed who ate first, who received the largest portions, and who was responsible for different aspects of food procurement and preparation. These lessons in social hierarchy were reinforced daily through meal times, creating stable social structures that could persist across generations. The development of cooking technology also reflected social organization. The maintenance of fire required constant attention and cooperation. Someone had to gather fuel, tend the flames, and ensure the fire never died completely. This responsibility often fell to specific individuals within the group, creating specialized roles that contributed to social stratification and interdependence. Seasonal gatherings and festivals likely centered around food abundance. When certain plants fruited, or when animal migrations brought temporary plenty, multiple family groups might come together for communal feasting. These gatherings served crucial social functions, allowing for mate selection, information exchange, and the strengthening of alliances between different bands. The sharing of food also created obligations and debts that extended far beyond individual meals. A family that received help during a difficult period would be expected to reciprocate when their circumstances improved. These networks of food-based reciprocity created the social safety nets that allowed human groups to survive periods of scarcity and environmental stress. Conflict over food resources was inevitable, but prehistoric societies developed sophisticated mechanisms for managing these disputes. Archaeological evidence suggests that some groups established territorial boundaries around particularly rich foraging areas or seasonal hunting grounds. The enforcement of these boundaries required social consensus and collective action, further strengthening group cohesion. The role of food in prehistoric courtship and pair bonding cannot be overlooked. Successful hunters and gatherers demonstrated their value as potential mates through their ability to provide sustenance. The sharing of choice foods became a form of courtship display, with individuals offering the best portions of their catch or harvest to potential partners. Pregnancy and childbirth created special food-related social obligations. Pregnant women required additional nutrients and often received preferential treatment in food distribution. New mothers needed support during recovery periods when they couldn't contribute to food procurement. These practices created social bonds between women and established support networks that extended beyond immediate family relationships. The weaning of children represented a significant social transition marked by changes in food sharing patterns. As children moved from exclusive dependence on mother's milk to participation in group meals, they gradually gained social status and responsibility within the community. This transition was often marked by ceremonial first tastings of adult foods, creating memorable social events that reinforced community bonds. Food taboos and restrictions likely developed as mechanisms for social control and group identity. Certain foods might be reserved for specific social roles, ages, or genders. These restrictions served to reinforce social hierarchies while also creating shared cultural practices that distinguished one group from another. The violation of food taboos could result in social punishment or exclusion from the group. The knowledge of food sources, preparation techniques, and seasonal availability represented valuable intellectual property within prehistoric communities. Elders who possessed extensive knowledge about edible plants, animal behavior, or food preservation techniques held important social positions. The transmission of this knowledge created mentor-student relationships that strengthened intergenerational bonds and ensured cultural continuity. Trade relationships between different prehistoric groups often centered around food resources. Communities with access to coastal areas might trade seafood for inland plant foods or stone tools. These trading relationships created networks of interaction that spread not just goods, but also ideas, technologies, and cultural practices across vast distances. The social aspects of prehistoric eating laid the groundwork for all future human civilization. The cooperation required for successful food procurement, the sharing protocols that ensured group survival, and the social hierarchies that emerged from food distribution created the templates for human social organization that persist in modified forms today. Understanding these ancient patterns helps us appreciate how deeply food is woven into the fabric of human social existence. The development of food processing tools represents one of humanity's most crucial technological leaps, transforming how our ancestors could extract nutrition from their environment. These simple, yet ingenious implements didn't just make food preparation easier. They fundamentally changed what could be considered food at all. The earliest food processing tools were likely nothing more than rocks used to crack nuts and crush seeds. Archaeological evidence from sites like Olduvai Gorge shows that our ancestors were using simple hammerstones over 2 million years ago. These crude implements required careful selection. The rock needed to be hard enough to crack tough shells, but not so brittle that it would shatter on impact. The sound of stone striking stone would have been a constant backdrop in early human settlements. Imagine the rhythmic percussion echoing across the landscape as groups of early humans worked together, methodically processing their gathered foods. Each strike represented not just physical effort, but accumulated knowledge about which rocks worked best, which angles provided the most force, and how to avoid crushing the precious nut meat inside. As tool-making skills evolved, so did the sophistication of food processing implements. The development of grinding stones marked a revolutionary moment in human dietary history. These paired stones, a larger base stone and a smaller hand stone, allowed our ancestors to transform hard seeds and grains into more digestible forms. The process was laborious, requiring hours of circular grinding motions to produce even small amounts of flour. The grinding process itself was an art form that required considerable skill and patience. The stones had to be properly seasoned, their surfaces carefully prepared with the right texture to grip and pulverize the grain without producing too much grit. Women often developed distinctive arm muscles from the repetitive grinding motions, their bodies adapting to this essential daily task. Archaeological sites across the world reveal the gradual refinement of grinding stone technology. Early versions were simple and crude, but over thousands of years, they became more specialized. Some were designed specifically for different types of seeds, larger, coarser stones for tough acorns, finer surfaces for delicate grass seeds. The knowledge of which stone worked best for which purpose was passed down through generations like precious family heirlooms. The invention of mortars and pestles represented another leap forward in food processing capability. These tools allowed for more controlled crushing and grinding, particularly useful for processing fibrous plant materials and extracting oils from seeds. The mortar's bowl shape contained the material being processed, preventing waste and allowing for more efficient grinding action. Creating a good mortar and pestle required significant investment of time and skill. The mortar had to be carefully hollowed out, often using fire and stone tools in combination. The process could take days or even weeks as the maker slowly burned and scraped away material to create the perfect bowl shape. The pestle needed to fit the mortar precisely, with the right weight and balance for efficient grinding. Wooden tools also played crucial roles in food processing, though they rarely survive in the archaeological record. Digging sticks, used to extract roots and tubers, were among the most important implements in the prehistoric toolkit. These weren't simply random branches. They were carefully selected, shaped, and maintained tools that could mean the difference between successful foraging and going hungry. The ideal digging stick required specific characteristics. It needed to be hard enough to penetrate tough soil, pointed enough to probe for underground treasures, but not so brittle that it would snap under pressure. Different woods were preferred in different regions, and the knowledge of which trees produced the best digging sticks was carefully guarded information within foraging communities. Sharpening and maintaining these wooden tools was a constant necessity. Without metal implements, keeping a point sharp required patient work with stones, carefully abrading the wood to maintain the proper angle and sharpness. A dull digging stick wasn't just inefficient, it could be dangerous, more likely to slip and cause injury to the user. The development of cutting tools revolutionized food preparation in ways that are difficult for modern people to fully appreciate. Before sharp stone blades, our ancestors had to tear meat with their teeth and hands, a process that limited the types of animals they could effectively consume and wasted significant portions of valuable protein. Early stone knives were created through a process called knapping, where skilled toolmakers would strike stones at precise angles to create sharp flakes. This wasn't random chipping. It required deep understanding of stone properties, angles of force, and the ability to visualize the final tool within the raw material. Master knappers were highly valued members of their communities. The quality of a stone blade could vary dramatically based on the skill of its maker and the quality of available stone. The finest blades, made from materials like obsidian or high-quality flint, could achieve edges sharper than modern surgical instruments. However, these superior materials weren't available everywhere, forcing many communities to make do with whatever local stone they could find. Scraping tools, used to process animal hides and extract every bit of usable material from hunted game, represented another crucial category of food-related implements. These tools allowed our ancestors to remove meat from bones more efficiently, scrape marrow from long bones, and prepare hides that could be used for food storage and preparation. The design of scrapers evolved to match specific tasks. Some were broad and flat for working large hide surfaces. Others were narrow and curved for getting into tight spaces around joints and bone crevices. The edge angle was critically too steep, and the tool wouldn't cut efficiently. Too shallow, and it would dull quickly or catch and tear. Fire-hardened wooden spits and roasting sticks might seem simple, but they represented sophisticated understanding of heat treatment and wood properties. These tools had to withstand high temperatures without burning, support the weight of cooking meat and transfer heat evenly for proper cooking. Creating effective cooking implements required selecting the right wood, proper preparation, and careful heat treatment. The process of fire hardening wood involved slowly charring the surface to create a hard, durable layer while keeping the interior wood intact. This required careful control of heat and timing too little heat, and the wood remained soft and prone to burning. Too much, and the entire implement would be ruined. Master tool makers could judge the process by sound, smell, and the subtle changes in wood color. As we drift deeper into sleep, we can almost hear the gentle sounds of these ancient workshops, the patient grinding of stone on stone, the rhythmic tapping of knapping, the soft scraping of tools being shaped and sharpened. These simple sounds represented the foundation of human technological development, the first steps toward the complex food systems we know today. The gradual evolution of prehistoric diets reveals a fascinating story of adaptation and survival. Over millions of years, our ancestors developed increasingly sophisticated approaches to food procurement and consumption. Early hominids began with simple foraging behaviors, much like modern primates, collecting fruits, leaves, and insects from their immediate environment. Their digestive systems were adapted for processing raw plant materials, with larger molars for grinding tough vegetation, and longer intestinal tracts for extracting nutrients from fibrous foods. As climate patterns shifted and environments changed, dietary flexibility became crucial for survival. Groups that could adapt their eating habits to new food sources thrived, while those that remained rigid in their dietary preferences often faced extinction. The development of tool use marked a significant turning point in this evolutionary journey. Simple stone implements allowed early humans to access previously unavailable food sources, such as bone marrow from large animals and roots buried deep in the ground. The mastery of fire represented perhaps the most revolutionary change in prehistoric nutrition. Cooking transformed not only what humans could eat, but how their bodies processed food. Heat broke down tough plant fibers, making nutrients more bioavailable and reducing the energy required for digestion. This efficiency allowed for smaller digestive systems and larger brains, fundamentally altering human evolution. Cooked meat became more digestible, providing concentrated protein and fat that supported brain development and overall health. Regional dietary variations emerged as human populations spread across different continents and climates. Arctic peoples developed diets rich in marine mammals and fish, their bodies adapting to process high levels of fat and protein, while obtaining vitamin C from raw organs and fermented foods. Desert populations learned to extract moisture and nutrients from seemingly barren landscapes, developing techniques for processing drought-resistant plants and small animals. Tropical tropical communities exploited the abundance of fruits, vegetables, and diverse protein sources available in rainforest environments. The transition from nomadic hunting and gathering to settled agricultural communities brought dramatic changes to human nutrition. Early farmers faced new challenges as they became dependent on a smaller variety of crops. Archaeological evidence shows that the health of early agricultural populations often declined compared to their hunter-gatherer ancestors. Skeletal remains reveal increased dental problems, nutritional deficiencies, and evidence of periodic famines when crops failed. However, agriculture also enabled population growth and the development of complex societies. Surplus food production allowed some individuals to specialize in activities other than food procurement, leading to technological advances and cultural development. The domestication of animals provided not only meat, but also milk, eggs, and other products that diversified the prehistoric diet. Cattle, goats, sheep, and pigs became integral parts of human communities, offering renewable sources of nutrition. Seasonal eating patterns dominated prehistoric life, with communities developing elaborate strategies for surviving lean periods. Spring brought fresh greens and early vegetables, providing essential vitamins after long winters of preserved foods. Summer offered abundant fruits, berries, and vegetables, which were consumed fresh or dried for later use. Autumn represented harvest time, when communities worked frantically to gather and preserve enough food for winter survival. Winter meals consisted primarily of stored grains, dried meats, fermented vegetables, and whatever could be hunted or gathered from the frozen landscape. Food preservation techniques evolved from simple necessity into sophisticated arts. Smoking, drying, salting, and fermentation allowed prehistoric peoples to extend the shelf life of perishable foods. These methods not only prevented spoilage, but also created new flavors and textures that became integral parts of cultural identity. Fermented foods provided beneficial bacteria that supported digestive health, while preserved meats and fish supplied protein during times when fresh sources were unavailable. The development of cooking techniques paralleled the evolution of tools and technology. Early cooking methods involved roasting over open fires or burying foods in hot coals. As pottery developed, boiling and stewing became possible, allowing for more complex flavor combinations and better nutrient extraction from tough ingredients. Stone-lined hearths provided more controlled cooking environments, enabling prehistoric cooks to develop more sophisticated culinary techniques. Trade networks began to influence prehistoric diets as communities established connections with distant groups. Salt, a crucial preservative and flavoring agent, became one of the earliest trade commodities. Shells from coastal areas traveled inland, while obsidian and other valuable materials moved in the opposite direction. These exchanges introduced new foods and cooking techniques to different regions. gradually expanding the dietary options available to prehistoric peoples. Nutritional knowledge developed through trial and error over countless generations. Prehistoric peoples learned which plants were safe to eat and which were poisonous, often through costly mistakes. They discovered that certain food combinations provided better nutrition than others, and that processing methods could eliminate toxins from otherwise dangerous foods. This accumulated wisdom was passed down through oral traditions, stories, and practical demonstrations. The role of food in prehistoric social structures cannot be understated. Sharing meals strengthened community bonds and established social hierarchies. Successful hunters and gatherers gained prestige and influence within their groups. Feast and famine cycles shaped social behaviors, with communities developing elaborate systems for food distribution during times of scarcity. These social aspects of eating laid the foundation for many cultural practices that persist today. As we drift deeper into sleep, consider how these ancient dietary struggles shaped the very essence of human civilization. The constant search for sustenance drove innovation, cooperation, and adaptation. Every meal was a victory against hunger. Every successful harvest a triumph over uncertainty. The boring, repetitive nature of prehistoric food preparation and consumption created the rhythms of daily life that our ancestors knew so well. The human sense of taste in prehistoric times operated within remarkably narrow parameters compared to our modern palate. Archaeological evidence suggests that early humans possessed the same basic taste receptors we have today. Yet, their actual taste experiences were profoundly limited by available ingredients and preparation methods. Consider the fundamental building blocks of flavor that we take for granted. Salt, perhaps the most basic seasoning, was extraordinarily scarce for inland populations. Coastal communities had access to seawater and naturally occurring salt deposits. But for those living far from oceans, salt remained an almost mythical substance. Without this basic mineral, foods lacked the fundamental enhancement that makes other flavors more pronounced and appealing. The absence of salt had cascading effects on prehistoric cuisine. Meat, already tough and often partially spoiled, became even more unpalatable without proper seasoning. Vegetables, limited to whatever grew wild in the immediate vicinity, offered little variety in taste profiles. Root vegetables dominated many diets, providing starchy sustenance but minimal flavor complexity. Sweetness presented another significant limitation. Natural sugars were available only through seasonal fruits, honey when discoverable, and certain tree saps. The concept of concentrated sweetness was entirely foreign. A handful of berries represented the pinnacle of sweet indulgence, and even these were available only during specific seasons and in competition with other foraging animals. The prehistoric palate knew nothing of the complex flavor combinations that define modern cuisine. Umami, that savory depth we associate with aged cheeses, fermented foods, and rich broths was largely absent from their diet. While some fermentation occurred naturally in stored foods, it was usually a sign of spoilage rather than intentional flavor development. Herbs and spices, those magical ingredients that transform simple foods into complex dishes, were limited to whatever grew locally and could be identified as safe. Many regions offered only a handful of edible plants with distinctive flavors. Wild garlic might grow in one area, while bitter herbs dominated another region entirely. The global spice trade that would later revolutionize cuisine was thousands of years in the future. Cooking methods further constrained taste possibilities. Roasting over open fires often resulted in charred exteriors and raw interiors. Boiling, when possible, leached flavors from foods rather than concentrating them. The controlled heat and precise timing that allows modern cooking to develop complex flavors simply wasn't achievable with primitive tools and techniques. Texture played a crucial role in prehistoric taste limitations. Without proper cooking techniques, many foods retained unpleasant textures that overwhelmed any subtle flavors. Tough, stringy meat dominated the eating experience. Coarse, fibrous plant materials required extensive chewing, making it difficult to appreciate whatever mild flavors they might possess. The psychological aspect of taste was equally constrained. Modern research shows that our perception of flavor is heavily influenced by aroma, presentation, and expectation. Prehistoric meals offered little in terms of appealing aromas or attractive presentation. The primary concern was caloric intake and basic nutrition, not sensory pleasure. Seasonal variations created additional taste limitations. During winter months, when fresh foods were unavailable, diets consisted primarily of stored nuts, dried meat, and preserved plant materials. These foods, while nutritionally adequate for survival, offered minimal flavor variety. The same bland, preserved foods might constitute the entire diet for months at a time. Fat, while nutritionally crucial, was often rancid or poorly rendered. Without proper preservation techniques, animal fats quickly developed off flavors that modern palates would find completely unacceptable. Yet these rancid fats were often the only available source of essential fatty acids, forcing prehistoric peoples to consume foods that were actively unpleasant. The absence of dairy products eliminated an entire category of flavors from prehistoric diets. Milk, cheese, butter, and yogurt were unknown concepts. These foods, which provide rich, complex flavors and creamy textures in modern cuisine, simply didn't exist for our ancient ancestors. The domestication of dairy animals was still thousands of years away. Fermentation, while occasionally occurring naturally, was poorly understood and rarely controlled. Modern fermented foods like wine, beer, bread, and pickled vegetables offer complex flavor profiles developed through careful fermentation processes. Prehistoric peoples occasionally encountered naturally fermented fruits or vegetables, but these were typically signs of spoilage rather than intentional food preparation. The concept of balanced meals with complementary flavors was entirely foreign to prehistoric cuisine. Modern cooking emphasizes the interplay between different taste elements, creating harmonious flavor profiles through careful combination of ingredients. Prehistoric meals were assemblages of whatever was available, with no consideration for how different elements might enhance or complement each other. Temperature control, so crucial to flavor development, was primitive at best. Foods were either raw, charred, or somewhere in between. The precise temperature control that allows modern cooking to develop complex flavors through caramelization, protein denaturation, and other chemical processes was impossible to achieve with prehistoric cooking methods. Regional limitations meant that prehistoric peoples experienced only the narrow range of flavors available in their immediate environment. A coastal population might know the taste of seaweed and shellfish, but never experience the flavors of mountain herbs or inland game. Geographic isolation created distinct but limited flavor profiles that defined entire cultures' culinary experiences. The preservation of food for lean times often involved methods that actively degraded flavor. Smoking, while effective for preservation, often overwhelmed the natural taste of foods with harsh, acrid flavors. Drying removed moisture that carried many volatile compounds responsible for taste and aroma, leaving behind concentrated but often unpalatable results. These taste limitations profoundly shaped prehistoric human experience, creating a world where flavor was secondary to survival, and where the simple act of eating was often an exercise in endurance rather than pleasure. The line between food and medicine blurred considerably in prehistoric times, as our ancestors discovered that certain plants could both nourish and heal. This dual purpose often made these foods particularly valuable, though not necessarily more palatable. The bitter compounds that made many medicinal plants effective also made them challenging to consume as regular sustenance. Willow bark, now known to contain salicin, a precursor to aspirin, was chewed by prehistoric peoples to alleviate pain and reduce fever. The intensely bitter taste made it nearly inedible as food, but its medicinal properties were too valuable to ignore. Archaeological evidence suggests that willow bark was often mixed with other substances, perhaps honey when available, to make it more tolerable. Elderberries presented a fascinating duality in prehistoric diets. While the ripe berries were edible and provided valuable vitamins, particularly vitamin C, the leaves, bark, and seeds contained compounds that could be toxic in large quantities. Prehistoric peoples learned through trial and error which parts of the elder plant were safe to consume and which should be avoided, knowledge that was carefully passed down through generations. The discovery of garlic's medicinal properties likely came about through its pungent taste and strong odor, which prehistoric peoples may have associated with powerful effects. Wild garlic, different from our modern cultivated varieties, had an even more intense flavor that could be overwhelming when consumed fresh. However, its antimicrobial properties made it valuable for treating infections and preserving other foods. Mushrooms represented one of the most dangerous categories of medicinal foods in prehistoric times. While some varieties provided excellent nutrition and healing compounds, others could be deadly. The knowledge of which mushrooms were safe required extensive experience and careful observation. Many medicinal mushrooms, such as those containing compounds similar to modern antibiotics, had earthy, sometimes unpleasant flavors that made them less desirable as regular food sources. Pine needles and inner bark served as important sources of vitamin C during long winters when other plant foods were scarce. The needles could be brewed into tea, providing essential nutrients, but delivering a sharp, resinous taste that was far from pleasant. The inner bark, or cambium, was sometimes ground into flour, but its woody texture and bitter flavor made it a food of last resort rather than choice. Prehistoric peoples discovered that certain roots and tubers possessed both nutritional and medicinal value, though many required extensive processing to become palatable. Wild onions and their relatives provided both sustenance and natural antibiotic compounds, but their intense flavors, when raw, made them challenging to consume in large quantities. The bulbs were often cooked extensively to mellow their harsh taste. The use of various herbs as both seasoning and medicine created an interesting dynamic in prehistoric food preparation. Plants like wild mint, while providing digestive benefits, had strong flavors that could easily overwhelm other foods. Prehistoric cooks had to balance the medicinal benefits with palatability, often using these herbs sparingly to avoid making meals unpalatable. Certain tree saps and resins served medicinal purposes, but were hardly appetizing as food sources. Birch sap, tapped in early spring, provided both hydration and nutrients, along with compounds that could help with various ailments. However, the slightly sweet but woody taste made it more of a medicinal drink than a pleasurable beverage. The challenge of preparing medicinal foods often required specialized knowledge and techniques. Many plants that were beneficial when properly prepared could be harmful or simply inedible when consumed raw or incorrectly processed. This knowledge represented a crucial survival skill that required years to master and careful teaching to preserve. Fermentation played a crucial role in making certain medicinal foods more palatable and effective. Some plants that were too bitter or harsh when fresh became more tolerable after fermentation, while also developing beneficial bacteria that aided digestion and health. This process, discovered through accident and refined through through experience, transformed many otherwise inedible plants into valuable food sources. The seasonal availability of medicinal foods created additional challenges for prehistoric peoples. Many of the most beneficial plants were only available during specific times of the year, requiring careful planning and preservation techniques. The knowledge of when to harvest these plants for maximum potency, while maintaining some degree of palatability, was essential survival information. Seeds from various medicinal plants often provided concentrated nutrition along with therapeutic compounds, but their small size and sometimes bitter flavors made them difficult to use as primary food sources. These seeds were often ground into pastes or powders and mixed with other foods to make them more palatable while retaining their beneficial properties. The preparation of medicinal foods often involved complex processes that prehistoric peoples developed over generations. Leaching bitter compounds from certain roots, proper drying techniques for herbs, and knowing the right combinations of plants all required extensive knowledge that was carefully guarded and passed down within communities. Water played a crucial role in preparing medicinal foods, as many beneficial compounds were water-soluble and could be extracted through careful brewing or soaking. However, this also meant that many of the resulting preparations were thin, bitter liquids that provided little in the way of satisfying nutrition despite their therapeutic value. The integration of medicinal foods into daily meals required creativity and skill from prehistoric cooks. Balancing the harsh flavors of therapeutic plants with more palatable ingredients, while ensuring that the medicinal properties remained intact, represented a sophisticated understanding of both nutrition and medicine that developed over thousands of years of human experience. While our prehistoric ancestors struggled with their limited food options, their beverage choices were equally challenging and often quite dangerous. The simple act of finding something safe to drink required constant vigilance and intimate knowledge of their environment. Water, the most essential beverage, was never guaranteed to be safe. Rivers and streams could carry parasites, bacteria, and other waterborne illnesses that would devastate entire communities. Our ancestors had to learn which water sources were reliable and which ones might kill them slowly through repeated exposure to contaminated supplies. During dry seasons, finding any water at all became a desperate search. Prehistoric peoples would dig shallow wells near dried riverbeds, hopping to reach the water table below. Sometimes they would collect morning dew from leaves and grass, painstakingly gathering tiny droplets that barely amounted to a few precious sips. The knowledge of safe water sources was passed down through generations like sacred wisdom. Elders would teach the young which springs never ran dry, which pools harbored dangerous creatures, and how to read the subtle signs that indicated water quality. A slight discoloration, an unusual smell, or the absence of certain insects could mean the difference between life and death. Plant-based beverages offered some variety, though most were seasonal and required extensive preparation. Tree saps, particularly from birch and maple trees, provided natural sugars and minerals. However, collecting sap required precise timing during specific weather conditions and careful processing to prevent fermentation or contamination. Herbal teas made from various leaves, bark, and roots served both nutritional and medicinal purposes. Prehistoric peoples learned through trial and error which plants could be safely steeped in hot water. Pine needle tea provided vitamin C during long winters when fresh vegetation was scarce, though the bitter taste and resinous texture made it barely palatable. The process of making these herbal beverages was labor-intensive and time-consuming. First, the appropriate plants had to be identified and harvested at the right time of year. Then they needed to be properly dried and stored to prevent mold and decay. Finally, the brewing process itself required maintaining hot water temperatures without modern conveniences. Fruit juices were available only during brief harvest seasons and spoiled rapidly without refrigeration. Wild berries, when crushed and mixed with water, created beverages that were often more pulp than liquid. The natural fermentation process that occurred within hours could produce mildly alcoholic drinks, though controlling this fermentation was nearly impossible. These naturally fermented beverages presented their own challenges. While mild fermentation could make water safer by killing harmful bacteria, too much fermentation produced alcohol concentrations that could be dangerous, especially for children and pregnant women. Our ancestors had no way to measure alcohol content or control the fermentation process precisely. Milk from wild animals was theoretically available, but practically impossible to obtain safely. Unlike domesticated animals, wild mammals would never willingly provide milk to humans. The dangerous process of attempting to milk wild animals often resulted in serious injuries or death, making this option rarely worth the risk. Even when animal milk was occasionally obtained, it spoiled within hours in warm weather and could carry diseases from the animals themselves. Without pasteurization or proper storage methods, milk consumption was essentially a gamble with potentially fatal consequences. Bone broths represented one of the more nutritious beverage options available to prehistoric peoples. By boiling animal bones for extended periods, they could extract nutrients, minerals, and collagen that provided essential nourishment. However, this process required substantial fuel for fires and took many hours to complete properly. The preparation of bone broth demanded careful attention to prevent burning or contamination. Bones had to be cracked open to access the marrow, and the cooking process needed constant monitoring. The resulting beverage was often greasy, had an unpleasant texture and required consuming while hot before it congealed into an unappetizing gel. Blood from freshly killed animals provided another protein-rich beverage option, the one that modern sensibilities find disturbing. Mixed with water or consumed fresh, blood offered valuable nutrients and iron. However, blood spoiled extremely rapidly and could transmit diseases between animals and humans. The seasonal nature of most beverage options meant that prehistoric peoples often faced long periods with extremely limited choices. During winter months in northern climates, they might have access only to melted snow, and whatever preserved plant materials they had managed to store from warmer seasons. Melting snow and ice for drinking water presented its own complications. The process required fuel for fires, and the resulting water was often flat-tasting and lacking in minerals. Additionally, snow could contain dirt, animal waste, and other contaminants that became concentrated during the melting process. Storage of beverages was virtually impossible without proper containers and preservation methods. Clay vessels, when available, could crack from temperature changes. Organic containers made from animal stomachs or plant materials were prone to leaking and contamination. Most beverages had to be consumed immediately after preparation. The constant search for safe, palatable beverages consumed significant time and energy that could have been devoted to other survival activities. Prehistoric peoples had to balance the immediate need for hydration against the long-term risks of consuming contaminated or nutritionally poor liquids. Dehydration was a constant threat, particularly during illness, extreme weather, or when traveling to new territories. Without access to clean water sources, entire groups could quickly become weakened and vulnerable to predators, disease, or environmental hazards. The knowledge required to identify, prepare, and safely consume various beverages represented a crucial survival skill that took years to master. Mistakes in beverage preparation or consumption could result in poisoning, illness, or death, making this seemingly simple aspect of daily life fraught with danger and uncertainty. These beverage limitations profoundly affected prehistoric social structures and migration patterns. Groups were forced to remain near reliable water sources, limiting their mobility and territorial expansion. The quality and availability of beverages could determine whether a settlement thrived or failed entirely. Beyond the immediate challenges of finding and preparing food, prehistoric peoples faced the constant struggle of preservation and storage. Without refrigeration, canning, or chemical preservatives, keeping food safe and edible required ingenious methods and careful planning. The difference between successful food storage and spoilage often meant the difference between survival and starvation during harsh seasons. The most fundamental challenge was preventing bacterial growth and decay. Raw meat, in particular, would begin decomposing within hours in warm weather. Early humans learned to recognize the signs of spoilage through smell, texture, and appearance. But this knowledge came at a cost. Many likely suffered from food poisoning as they learned which foods were safe to consume and which had passed the point of no return. Drying became one of the earliest and most reliable preservation methods. Strips of meat were hung on wooden frames or draped over rocks in sunny, windy locations. This process, known as making jerky, removed moisture that bacteria needed to multiply. However, the drying process was vulnerable to weather changes. A sudden rainstorm could ruin days of work, and humid conditions could prevent proper dehydration, leading to mold growth instead of preservation. Fish presented unique storage challenges due to their high oil content and rapid decomposition rate. Coastal peoples developed sophisticated smoking techniques, building enclosed structures where fish could be suspended over smoldering fires for extended periods. The smoke not only dried the fish, but also deposited antimicrobial compounds that further prevented spoilage. Yet this process required constant attention and fuel, making it labor-intensive and resource-demanding. Salt, when available, provided another preservation method, though it was often scarce in inland areas. Coastal communities had access to sea salt through evaporation techniques, but inland groups had to locate natural salt deposits or trade for this precious commodity. The process of salt curing meat required specific ratios and timing that took generations to perfect through trial and error. Underground storage pits offered protection from temperature fluctuations and scavengers. These cache pits were carefully lined with stones, bark, or animal hides to prevent moisture infiltration. However, choosing the right location required understanding of drainage patterns, soil composition, and seasonal water table changes. A poorly placed pit could flood during spring thaws, destroying an entire winter's food supply. Fermentation emerged as another preservation technique, though it was likely discovered accidentally. Fruits and vegetables left in certain conditions would develop beneficial bacteria that prevented harmful decay. This process created foods like primitive sauerkraut or fermented fish, but controlling fermentation without understanding the underlying science was extremely difficult. The line between beneficial fermentation and dangerous spoilage was thin and often crossed with unfortunate consequences. Root vegetables and nuts presented their own storage challenges. While these foods were naturally longer lasting than meat, they required protection from moisture, rodents, and insects. Underground root cellars helped maintain consistent cool temperatures, but construction required significant effort and knowledge of soil conditions. Improperly ventilated storage areas could lead to condensation and rapid spoilage of entire stores. The seasonal nature of food availability made storage planning crucial. Late summer and early fall were critical times for gathering and preserving resources for winter survival. This created intense periods of activity where entire communities focused on food preservation. The pressure was enormous, as mistakes made during these crucial months could prove fatal during the lean winter period. Containers for food storage were fashioned from available materials like animal stomachs, hollowed gourds, woven baskets, or carved wooden vessels. Each material had limitations in terms of moisture resistance, durability, and protection from pests. Animal hide containers could crack in dry conditions, while woven baskets offered little protection against moisture or small insects that could contaminate stored foods. Fat rendered from animals served as both food and preservation medium. Pemmican, a mixture of dried meat, fat, and sometimes berries, could last for months when properly prepared and stored. However, rendering fat required careful temperature control to avoid burning, and the final product needed protection from heat that could cause rancidity. The process was time-consuming and required significant amounts of fuel for the rendering fires. Insects and rodents posed constant threats to stored food supplies. Without modern pest control methods, communities had to rely on physical barriers and natural deterrents. Elevated storage platforms kept food away from ground-dwelling pests, while aromatic plants might discourage insects. However, these measures were only partially effective, and significant losses to pest damage were common and expected. Weather patterns directly impacted storage success. Unexpected warm spells could accelerate spoilage of preserved foods, while excessive moisture could promote mold growth. Extended cold periods might freeze and damage stored vegetables, while drought could make certain preservation methods, like smoking, more difficult due to lack of green wood that produced the desired smoke. The psychological stress of food storage uncertainty cannot be understated. Families and communities lived with the constant anxiety of whether their preserved foods would last through winter or periods of scarcity. This uncertainty influenced every aspect of daily life, from how much food to consume immediately versus save for later, to decisions about sharing resources with neighbors or keeping them for family survival. Trade relationships sometimes developed around food storage expertise and resources. Communities with superior preservation techniques or access to preservation materials like salt could trade these advantages for other necessities. However, this also created dependencies that could become problematic if trade relationships were disrupted by conflicts, natural disasters, or seasonal accessibility issues. The constant battle against spoilage shaped prehistoric eating patterns and social structures. Meals were often timed around the condition of stored foods, with items showing early signs of deterioration consumed first. This created unpredictable eating schedules and meant that food quality varied dramatically throughout storage periods, adding another layer of uncertainty to an already challenging existence. Despite these overwhelming challenges, prehistoric peoples developed remarkable ingenuity in food preservation. Their techniques formed the foundation for many modern preservation methods, though they achieved these innovations through countless generations of experimentation, observation, and sometimes tragic failures that taught harsh but valuable lessons about the delicate science of keeping food safe and edible. When we compare prehistoric diets to modern eating patterns, the differences become starkly apparent in ways that might surprise you. The average prehistoric human consumed approximately 2,000 calories per day. But the composition of those calories tells a fascinating story of nutritional density versus modern abundance. Archaeological evidence from coprolites and dental analysis reveals that prehistoric peoples consumed between 40 to 60 different plant species in a single season, compared to the average modern person who consumes fewer than 20 plant varieties in an entire year. This biodiversity in prehistoric diets provided a complex array of micronutrients that we struggle to replicate today. The protein content of prehistoric diets averaged around 30% of total calories, significantly higher than the recommended 15 to 20% in modern dietary guidelines. However, this protein came with substantial challenges. Wild game meat contained less fat than domesticated animals, requiring prehistoric peoples to seek additional fat sources through bone marrow, organ meats, and seasonal nuts. Carbohydrate consumption patterns differed dramatically between seasons. During autumn months, prehistoric peoples might consume up to 50% of their calories from gathered fruits, nuts, and tubers. Winter months saw carbohydrate intake drop to as low as 10%, forcing the body into ketotic states that modern humans rarely experience naturally. The glycemic index of prehistoric foods remained consistently low compared to modern processed foods. Wild fruits contained higher fiber content and lower sugar concentrations than their cultivated descendants. A wild apple, for instance, contained roughly half the sugar and twice the fiber of modern commercial varieties, resulting in slower glucose absorption and steadier energy levels. Mineral density in prehistoric diets exceeded modern standards in several key areas. Wild plants typically contained higher concentrations of magnesium, potassium, and trace minerals due to growing in unaltered soils. However, calcium intake often fell below modern recommendations, particularly in regions where dairy sources were unavailable and bone consumption was limited. The omega-3 to omega-6 fatty acid ratio in prehistoric diets averaged approximately 1 to 2, compared to the modern Western ratio of 1 to 15 or higher. This balance resulted from consuming wild fish, grass-fed game, and omega-3 rich plant sources like purslane and wild seeds, contributing to reduced inflammatory responses. Seasonal vitamin availability created dramatic fluctuations in nutritional status. Vitamin C levels peaked during summer months when fresh fruits and vegetables were abundant, then plummeted during winter, leading to subclinical scurvy symptoms in many populations. Modern year-round vitamin availability eliminates these seasonal deficiencies, but may reduce our metabolic flexibility. The fiber content of prehistoric diets averaged between 60 to 100 grams per day, compared to the modern average of 15 grams. This high fiber intake supported diverse gut microbiomes with bacterial species that have largely disappeared from modern intestinal ecosystems, potentially affecting immune function and mental health. Phytonutrient diversity in prehistoric diets surpassed modern consumption by orders of magnitude. Wild plants contained higher concentrations of antioxidants, polyphenols, and bioactive compounds developed as natural pesticides and UV protection. Cultivated varieties have been bred for palatability and appearance, often reducing these beneficial compounds. The timing of food consumption followed natural circadian rhythms more closely than modern eating patterns. Prehistoric peoples typically consumed their largest meal during daylight hours, when food preparation was safest and most efficient. Evening meals were often smaller and consisted of preserved or easily prepared foods, aligning with natural metabolic cycles. Food processing techniques in prehistoric times, while primitive, often enhanced nutritional value. Fermentation of plant materials increased vitamin B content and improved digestibility. Smoking and drying concentrated nutrients while reducing harmful bacteria. These techniques required no external energy sources and often improved food safety compared to fresh consumption. The caloric density of prehistoric foods remained relatively low, requiring larger volumes of food to meet energy needs. This meant prehistoric peoples spent more time chewing, which promoted satiety signals and dental health through natural cleaning action. Modern calorie-dense foods can deliver the same energy in much smaller volumes, potentially disrupting natural appetite regulation. Water quality in prehistoric times varied dramatically by location and season. Natural springs and flowing streams provided clean water sources, but stagnant pools and contaminated areas posed significant health risks. The lack of water treatment meant that waterborne pathogens were a constant threat, leading to frequent digestive distress and parasitic infections. The social aspects of prehistoric eating differed markedly from modern dining. Food sharing was essential for survival, creating strong social bonds, but also ensuring that individual preferences were secondary to group needs. Meals were communal events that reinforced social hierarchies and cultural traditions, unlike the individualized eating patterns common today. Prehistoric food storage limitations meant that surplus food often spoiled before consumption. leading to feast or famine cycles that modern humans rarely experience. These cycles created metabolic adaptations that may be maladaptive in our current environment of constant food availability, potentially contributing to modern obesity and metabolic disorders. The energy expenditure required to obtain food in prehistoric times was substantially higher than modern food acquisition. Hunting, gathering, and processing activities burned significant calories, creating a natural balance between energy intake and expenditure that we must now artificially maintain through exercise and dietary restriction. When we examine these comparative factors, we see that prehistoric diets, despite their limitations and dangers, provided certain nutritional advantages that we struggle to replicate in our modern food system. However, the reliability, safety, and convenience of modern food production represents an unprecedented improvement in human nutrition security, even if individual meal quality may sometimes suffer in comparison. Think about the sheer amount of time and energy that prehistoric humans devoted to food procurement. Archaeological evidence suggests that hunter-gatherer societies spent between 6 to 8 hours daily just searching for, gathering, and preparing food. Compare this to the average modern person who spends perhaps 30 minutes preparing a meal, if that. The luxury of opening a refrigerator and selecting from dozens of options would have been beyond the wildest dreams of our prehistoric ancestors. The seasonal nature of prehistoric eating patterns created a constant cycle of feast and famine that shaped not only their daily routines, but their very physiology. During summer months, when berries ripened and game was plentiful, they would gorge themselves, building up fat reserves for the inevitable lean winter months. This biological programming still exists within us today, though it's largely unnecessary in our world of year-round food availability. The lack of food preservation techniques meant that prehistoric peoples lived in a perpetual state of uncertainty about their next meal. Without salt for curing, without proper containers for storage, without understanding of fermentation processes, they were entirely at the mercy of nature's timing. A successful hunt might provide meat for a few days at most before spoilage set in. A discovered cache of nuts or roots had to be consumed quickly or risk losing the precious calories to decay or theft by other animals. The monotony of prehistoric diets cannot be overstated. While we complain about eating the same breakfast cereal for a week, our ancestors might subsist on the same handful of available foods for entire seasons. During winter in northern climates, the diet might consist almost entirely of dried meat, stored nuts, and whatever roots could be dug from frozen ground. The concept of variety, of choosing between different flavors and textures, was a luxury that simply didn't exist. Food safety was another constant concern that we rarely consider today. Without understanding of bacteria, parasites, or toxins, prehistoric peoples had to rely on trial and error, often with deadly consequences. The knowledge of which plants were safe to eat was passed down through generations, but mistakes were common and often fatal. Even meat from a successful hunt carried risks of parasites and disease that our ancestors had no way to detect or prevent. The social dynamics around food in prehistoric times were vastly different from our individualistic modern approach. Food was communal property, shared according to complex social hierarchies and relationships. The successful hunter was obligated to share with the group, but this sharing came with expectations and social debts that had to be repaid. Food was not just sustenance, but currency, social glue, and political tool all rolled into one. The nutritional deficiencies that plagued prehistoric populations would be considered severe malnutrition by today's standards. Scurvy from lack of vitamin C, rickets from insufficient vitamin D, anemia from iron deficiency, and countless other conditions were simply accepted as normal parts of life. The stunted growth, dental problems, and shortened lifespans that resulted from these deficiencies remind us how precarious survival was for our ancestors. Perhaps most striking is how the unpredictability of food sources shaped prehistoric psychology and behavior. The constant uncertainty about where the next meal would come from created a survival mentality that prioritized immediate consumption over long-term planning. This psychological adaptation served them well in their environment, but would be considered pathological in our modern context of food security. The cooking methods available to prehistoric peoples were primitive by any standard. Roasting over open fires, boiling in animal hide containers with hot stones, or eating food raw were often the only options. The smoky, charred, and often undercooked results would be barely recognizable as food by modern standards. Seasoning was limited to whatever herbs or salt deposits might be found naturally, making most meals bland and unappetizing. The gender roles around food procurement and preparation were rigidly defined by necessity rather than choice. Women typically gathered plant foods while men hunted, not because of cultural preferences, but because of the different skill sets and physical demands required. These roles were matters of survival rather than social convention, with everyone's life depending on each person fulfilling their designated function effectively. Infant and child mortality rates were staggeringly high, partly due to nutritional inadequacies. Mothers struggling with their own malnutrition often couldn't produce adequate breast milk, and the transition to solid foods was fraught with danger. Children who survived to adulthood often bore the permanent marks of childhood malnutrition in their bones and teeth, archaeological evidence that tells the story of prehistoric hardship. The complete absence of modern conveniences that we take for granted made every aspect of food handling a laborious process. No refrigeration meant constant vigilance against spoilage. No running water meant long journeys to collect and carry water for cooking and cleaning. of sharp metal knives meant painstaking food preparation with crude stone tools that made even simple tasks exhausting. Weather patterns had an enormous impact on food availability that we can barely comprehend today. A late spring could mean starvation, as stored winter foods ran out before new growth appeared. An early frost could destroy entire crops of wild foods that communities depended upon. Drought could drive away game animals or kill the plants that sustained both humans and their prey. The dental health of prehistoric peoples tells a particularly grim story of their dietary struggles. Without any form of dental care, cavities from eating fibrous plant materials, and cracking teeth on improperly prepared foods led to excruciating pain and often death from infection. Archaeological skulls show evidence of severe tooth wear, abscesses, and tooth loss that would have made eating increasingly difficult with age. The elderly often became burdens on their communities, simply because they could no longer chew the tough, poorly prepared foods that comprised their diet. Parasitic infections were another constant companion of prehistoric eating. Without understanding of proper food preparation or hygiene, intestinal worms and other parasites were nearly universal. These parasites competed with their human hosts for nutrients, making malnutrition even worse, and creating a vicious cycle of weakness and susceptibility to disease. The bloated bellies and stunted growth seen in archaeological remains often tell the story of lives spent battling these internal invaders. The psychological toll of constant hunger cannot be underestimated. Modern studies of famine survivors show that chronic malnutrition affects cognitive function, emotional regulation, and social behavior. Our prehistoric ancestors lived in this state as their normal condition, their mental faculties constantly compromised by inadequate nutrition. Decision-making abilities, memory formation, and even basic reasoning were all impaired by the persistent lack of proper nourishment. Food-related violence was a regular occurrence in prehistoric communities. Competition for scarce resources led to conflicts both within and between groups. Archaeological evidence shows signs of warfare over hunting grounds, water sources, and seasonal food gathering areas. The desperation of hunger could turn even close-knit communities against each other when resources became too scarce to share. The complete lack of food variety meant that prehistoric peoples missed out on countless nutrients that we consider essential today. Without access to foods from different climates and regions, their diets were severely limited by geography and season. Coastal peoples might have access to shellfish, but lack the plant diversity of inland areas. Mountain dwellers might have different game animals, but miss the variety of lowland vegetation. This geographical limitation created nutritional profiles that were often dangerously incomplete. Storage limitations meant that even successful food procurement efforts were often wasted. Without proper containers, preservation methods, or pest control, much of what was gathered or hunted would spoil before it could be consumed. Imagine the frustration of spending days tracking and killing a large animal only to watch much of the meat rot because there was no way to preserve it effectively. This waste was a constant source of inefficiency that kept prehistoric peoples on the edge of starvation. The social hierarchy around food distribution often meant that the weakest members of society suffered the most. Children, elderly, and sick individuals were often the last to eat and received the smallest portions. This cruel but necessary rationing system ensured that the strongest and most productive members survived, but it came at the cost of tremendous human suffering among the most vulnerable. Seasonal depression and mood disorders were likely common among prehistoric peoples, partly due to the dramatic changes in food availability throughout the year. The anxiety of approaching winter, knowing that starvation was a real possibility, would have created chronic stress that affected both physical and mental health. The relief of spring's arrival with new plant growth would have been literally life-saving for many communities. The complete absence of medical knowledge about nutrition meant that prehistoric peoples had no understanding of why certain foods made them sick or healthy. They couldn't distinguish between correlation and causation, leading to superstitions and taboos around certain foods that might have been either helpful or harmful. This lack of scientific understanding meant that dietary improvements were largely accidental and took generations to become established practices. Food preparation accidents were common and often serious. Burns from cooking fires, cuts from crude stone tools, and injuries from hunting all created additional health problems for people already struggling with malnutrition. A simple cooking accident could become infected and lead to death, making even the basic act of preparing food a potentially dangerous activity. The energy expenditure required to obtain food often exceeded the calories gained, creating a negative feedback loop that trapped prehistoric peoples in cycles of malnutrition. The weakening effects of hunger made hunting and gathering less efficient, which led to even less food, which caused further weakening. Breaking out of these cycles required tremendous luck or the intervention of more successful community members. As we conclude this extensive examination of prehistoric dietary hardships, we're reminded of the incredible journey humanity has taken from those desperate early days to our current age of culinary abundance. The next time you open your refrigerator or visit a grocery store, take a moment to appreciate the thousands of years of human innovation, suffering, and progress that made such simple acts possible. The terrible food of prehistoric times wasn't just unappetizing. It was a constant reminder of humanity's precarious existence on the edge of survival. Sweet dreams, and may your modern meals bring you the comfort and nourishment our ancestors could only dream of. This segment is shorter than required, 1821-2080 words. Please expand content to to match the Sara Sara, Thutun, Sara Sara duration.